Kansas Speedway live on Fox News Channel due to the Nationals-Braves baseball game running long on Fox Sports 1. Stick around. Drivers will race. Weather will decide.
Shooby-dooby. Don't you know each cloud contains banners from heaven? Shooby-dooby. You'll find your fortune falling all over town. Now come over here, boy, Sam. And every time it rains, it rains. And don't you know it's cloud contains? Every time it rains, it rains. And don't you know it's cloud contains? Banners from heaven. Banners from heaven. For you and me.
We welcome you live to Kansas Speedway. It's race day, NASCAR on Fox News Channel due to the baseball game running long on Fox Sports 1. Glad to have you with us. Last year, this race, they had the closest finish at any track, a tenth of a second, and that's the guy who won it, the four-time NASCAR champ, Jeff Gordon. Kevin Harvick has already won twice this year. Carl Edwards in a Toyota looking for his first victory of the season, considers this a hometown track, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming off his first victory of the year. We are on the scene trackside in America's heartland. And glad to have you watching with us. An early happy Mother's Day to all the great moms out there, along with Darrell Waltrip, Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. And if you're watching, we thank Fox News Channel for helping us out on Fox Sports 1. The baseball game between the Nationals and the Braves running a little bit long. Once that's completed, we'll switch back over to Fox Sports 1. But in the meantime, we got to get moving on the race with weather threatening in the area. And before we talk about the race, I want to congratulate our NASCAR on Fox crew for winning the Emmy Award announced in New York this week for Outstanding Live Sports Series, defeating such quality as Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football, a win for NASCAR.
Yeah, you know, Chris, I've been on championship teams my whole life, but the 15 years I spent here with this Fox team, this is the best team I've ever been on, bar none. It's a joy and a pleasure to be a part of all this.
I'm blessed to sit between greatness. NASCAR Hall of Famer, broadcast journalism professional, the men and women that work behind the cameras. This is the most fun I've ever had in my life. Can I touch that?
Yeah, you guys can hang out of that. So, and also our director Artie Kepner, producer
I want to kiss
Barry Landis for
nice
all their hard work. Speaking of successful teams, and Jeff Gordon, his 3 wins are the most of any driver here at this track. Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, Tony Stewart, even though he's struggling, they've all won here at least twice. And now on to NASCAR's version of Deflategate and our KFC headlines as we check the news. And this news, the appeal that would never end finally did on Wednesday. 1999 champion Todd Parrott, the crew chief for Ryan Newman's 31 car from now on, because Luke Lambert was suspended 6 weeks for tampering with tires. Kyle Busch shot down rumors he would jump on a late model car and race, but it's been hinted he could return as soon as next Saturday night at the All-Star race in Charlotte. And that leads us to 18-year-old Eric Jones, who's making his first start in the Cup Series in Kyle's car. Jones acknowledged that this is a one-race deal for now. Well, let's talk about Kyle Busch. He's a fun driver. His wife, Samantha, they're expecting their first child any day within the week. How soon? You've been communicating with him. How soon is he back?
Yeah, I texted him a couple of times. I said, break it for me, Kyle. Tell me what's happening. He said, I just want to be back as soon as possible. You take a young man like Kyle Busch. He's done some amazing things behind the wheel of a race car. That return will be sooner rather than later.
Well, I think Charlotte makes a lot of sense. I mean, the baby's due at the end of May, and so it makes a lot of sense. He wouldn't have to be on baby watch. He wouldn't have to be out on the road somewhere. But with that said, Samantha might want to have the baby, and he might want to stay home a week or two with it too. So just have to wait and see. We really don't know.
Yeah, recovering from that injury back at Daytona, what's going to come first, Kyle Busch's return or the Busch family baby? We're counting it out at the start of the race. They'll be racing the weather, and that guy, he's won already. The Daytona 500 champ is on the pole for tonight's race here in Kansas. NASCAR and Fox celebrating Mother's Day this weekend, and we invite you to share your favorite photos on social media using the hashtag NASCAR with Mom.
Happy Mother's Day, Margaret Jean Waltrip.
We love you, Mama.
Involve your mom. Again, that's hashtag NASCAR with Mom. Well, last Saturday, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s new crew chief, Greg Ives' 8-year-old daughter, she broke her arm. Dale offered Ives the chance to fly home, but Peyton, Ives' daughter, told her dad to stay for the race, and under the guidance of Ives, the next day Junior won at Talladega. That puts the Advanced Auto Parts spotlight on Greg Ives. Some early reflections from his peers on his career.
Hello, my name is Greg Ives. I'm from Burke River, Michigan. I'm the crew chief for the 88 Nationwide car.
No, really don't know him that well. No, just kidding.
Greg's just a really good guy all the way around. Got to be really good friends with him. He was really young, and he worked his butt off.
If I'm not racing, I'm just hanging out with the family, and not really a tourist, not really one to go here or there, just pretty much a homebody.
From a family standpoint, he's great with his kids. He's got a great family, a great wife, 3 beautiful children.
He's kind of a quiet guy, similar to myself, but always seem real focused and paying attention to details, and those guys usually find success in the sport.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. Checkered flag at Talladega.
You wouldn't think a guy like that would fit with Dale Jr. that well, being the redneck that Dale Jr. is.
Whether it was Regan Smith, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott, I approached my job the same way I did with Dale Jr.'s. It's easier to please the fans when he was winning races, and I tried to do that no matter what the driver was.
We need guys like him in our sport to make our sport better.
Good start for the 35-year-old rookie crew chief.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking himself, Greg Ives is saying, can I succeed at this level? I mean, this is the deep end of the pool. And you always wonder, do I have the skills? Do I have what it takes to succeed at the top level? He proved last Sunday he's got what it takes.
He's the prototypical modern-day crew chief. He's quiet, he's focused, and he's got a laptop full of information that he sets and studies. No notebook for Greg Ives. Laptop.
He's a detailed guy. Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming off that emotional victory at Talladega. All of his 24 career wins, though, he's never been able to win back-to-back. Could it happen tonight? Dale Earnhardt Jr. is with Matt Yoakum.
Chris, 3 times in his racing career, Dale Jr. has come close to winning back-to-back. The most recent was a year ago, opening up the season with a first and a second. And Junior, do you like your odds tonight, chasing history?
We got a good car. We're pretty fast in all the practices. Really like this racetrack. I think the weather's going to move in here after a while, and hopefully it won't stay here too long. But, we're just going to have fun tonight. We got that win in. We're locked in. We don't got to worry about points or anything like that. We can just race. We can get aggressive on pit road, call some unique strategies if we get the opportunity, and just go for it, man.
Good luck. Dale Jr. starts 17th tonight.
Well, you heard him talk about the weather, the urgency there. Is there urgency to win a championship? He'll be 41 in October.
Well, that's what's missing. I mean, his dad has 7 championships. Dale Jr. would like to have one. He'd like to add to that legacy. Winning at Talladega and Daytona, Dale Jr.'s told me, it adds to the Earnhardt family legacy, and he's big into trying to do that.
We checked off winning a race. Now we can focus on that championship. The whole rest of the season, it's all about that final race in Miami, getting that championship.
All right, once again, we want to thank Fox News Channel for helping us broadcast this as we'll get ready for the race here in Kansas. The baseball game between the Nationals and Braves on Fox Sports 1 running a little long. We'll switch over once that is complete. Coming up, we'll talk to the driver of the 22, Joey Logano, live here at Kansas Speedway. Our thanks to Fox News Channel for carrying NASCAR. The baseball game running long on Fox Sports 1. We'll switch over there once the baseball game between the Nationals and Braves is complete. But in the meantime, we don't want you to miss anything from Kansas Speedway. We're back live, and great to welcome Joey Logano. And Joey, you won here last fall in Kansas. You're starting up front on the pole. You already have a win in the bag at the Daytona 500. How, with the chance of rain in the forecast for later this evening, how will that affect your strategy tonight?
We better go. It sounds like to me. I'm not sure we'll get to halfway before the first storm gets here, but we'll race hard. And I think the big thing is just really adapting to the racetrack as it changes. We saw the track change a lot in practice yesterday from a green racetrack to an almost rubbered-in surface. So I'm sure it'll go through that swing again. It rained some last night, and then it might go through it again. So I think having adjustability in our AAA Fusion will be important. And track position, keeping ourselves up towards the front all day. We've seen a lot of crashes happen towards the middle and back of the pack here, so I think it's safe to stay out front, and then also it's hard to pass, so you want to be able to position yourself up there. So you see a lot of strategy on pit road.
Hey, Joey, the team is good. You got that Daytona 500 win, but what is the weakness? What is something that you've got to get better at to be able to win a championship come the end of the year?
Well, I think we always look at weaknesses, and it's a lot of small things. I look in the past, and short tracks was our big weakness. We worked really hard on that. We got a few wins on short tracks last year. Coming into this year, I looked at super speedways and said that's our weakness. And my spotter and I worked really hard to figure out how to run fast on super speedways and make the right moves and understand the draft. And we've kind of come along with that. Qualifying was also one of them. We figured out that a little bit better this year. So it's key for our team to keep looking at where we can improve to become better, and that's what makes a winning team, is always looking for something small. Those are kind of big things, but you always look for little things here and there. And today I look at kind of the long run. Seems like it's a little bit weak on our side right now, so we'll kind of see what happens. We know we got short run speed, so we'll try to take advantage of that and then try to tune on the car to make it last.
Joey, Kevin and Jimmy have been amazing this year. Every time I go to the coffee shop or to dinner, everybody's talking about Kevin and Joey, and their Chevys. How do you feel about that? Do you think that you have the Ford that you can become part of that story? You won the biggest race of the year, by the way.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, it's fast. We've shown that in qualifying. We have some good updates in our car. I think our cars have been a little bit faster this weekend, so I'm excited about that. So I look for both Brad and myself to be up there, and he really even seen the 16 car. He's up here qualified well. So I think the Fords are coming at it today, hopefully. And like I said, it's Kansas. We've seen a lot of crazy things happen here. So we just got to make sure we're smart throughout the day and keep our eye on the weather along with track position.
We'll be watching closely for a really fast start. Thanks, Joey. Good luck tonight.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Good luck, buddy.
24-year-old Joey Logano. He looks like he's 14. It's unbelievable. You're going to head up to the play-by-play booth to call the race. We've moved things up just a bit. You won't miss the opening ceremonies or the race here on Fox News Channel. And we'll be back with more to get you ready for just over 400 miles here at Kansas Speedway. There's Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart and Matt Kenseth looking on. Three drivers from this area, all within about 150 miles of the Kansas Speedway, looking for their first win of the season. And at this track, Carl Edwards, Columbia, Missouri, 0 for 30 winless streak. Calling this a hometown track, Jamie McMurray from Joplin, Missouri, 0 for 50. And Clint Boyer from Emporia, Kansas. And Clint was all smiles. He got to throw out the first pitch Wednesday night for the Royals. And Royals pitcher Jeremy Guthrie is the one over on the left for him. Royals manager Ned Yost, a big NASCAR fan, and He has Clint Boyer in his fantasy league. Clint Boyer, part of Michael Waltrip Racing.
And those cars are stronger this weekend at Kansas, Chris. We saw Boyer up in the top 12 in both practices, qualified solidly, so maybe he'll have a good run here at his home track.
And this is the second of 4 consecutive tracks that will also be run in the chase. That's NASCAR's playoffs for the championship. What can drivers learn from this?
Well, you're going to run Kansas this weekend and then go to Charlotte. They're both a mile and a half, but they're distinctively different. So you're just going to build a notebook. Just get some notes, figure out what works and what doesn't.
All right, we take you trackside here at Kansas Speedway for opening ceremonies. We're glad you're watching on the Fox News Channel. It's NASCAR.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and remove your hats as Fort Riley's Commanding General's Mounted Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Reverend Glenn Shoup, Executive Pastor of United Methodist Church of the Resurrection, offers tonight's invocation.
Let's pray. God, we pause now, thankful for the blessings of a night like this one. We pray protection for each competitor, every driver and crew member. And above all, we wouldn't enjoy an evening like this without remembering the blessings of our freedoms and those who provide them. So we pray your protection and presence to each one who serves us and to their families. We ask all this by their grace and presence with us always. Amen.
Here tonight to honor America with the performance of our national anthem, please welcome Maggie Marks.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The crowd excited for the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. And our thanks again to Fox News Channel. After this break, we'll be switching back over to Fox Sports 1 for the race. Bryce Harper with a walk-off homer. The Nationals defeating the Braves on FS1. Wherever you are, we're glad you're watching. Race Day right here live from Kansas. 2001, the Great American Heartland, a region known for blues, baseball, and barbecue, cooked up their very own racetrack, located about 20 miles from where the Chiefs and American League champion Royals play. Kansas Speedway is one of the newest on the Sprint Cup circuit. At its inaugural race in 01, Jeff Gordon took home the hardware and would wound up winning 2 more times after that, making him the king of Kansas. With a track this young, a stop in Victory Lane could be a landmark move for someone. Who will it be today? And we're at Kansas City home office for Sprint. So fans, the NASCAR Sprint All-Star Race, a week from tonight, you'll see it right here on Fox Sports 1. You have the power to vote one driver into the field. Visit NASCAR.com/Sprint fan votes. You also have the power in Las Vegas to put your money where your mouth is on the driver that you'd like. Brad Keselowski, his first win with Team Penske came in this race 4 years ago. Jeff Gordon, we talked about his success last year. His first win of the year came here, and then he went on a little bit of a run. So Kevin Harvick and Jimmy Johnson are pretty much favorites every week. Joey Logano, the pole sitter, at 7-1. Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming off his win at 10-1. And Carl Edwards searching for that first victory of the season. What about Martin Truex Jr., who's second in points?
That's a good bet on this favorites page, Chris. He was really fast in practice yesterday, but I like Carl Edwards. I think Carl's due to do something special here in Kansas.
Now, on the long shots, Matt Kenseth is listed at 20-1. You don't think that's a long shot. You think he's a guy who can win this race.
No, I'm going to make him my favorite. I think that car in final practice yesterday afternoon had everything I needed to see to pencil him in as the guy to beat today.
Clint Boyer, 100-1. Tony Stewart, a long shot. He's right at 30th in points, and the rule is you got to be in 30, win a race to get in the chase. There's only 8 spots open for the chase, Michael, and this the 11th race of the season. So how much pressure are there on drivers like Tony, like Carl Edwards, who've yet to win a race, even Jeff Gordon this year?
The whole buzz in the garage area, Chris, is we're halfway to this chase just about. We've got to get a win. Everybody talks about how important it is to get a win now so they can start focus on testing, preparing for that all-important chase to the Sprint Cup.
And David Reagan, his first start with Michael Waltrip Racing, or the rookie 18-year-old is in the 18 of Kyle Busch that we talked a little bit about earlier.
Well, and he had the fastest lap in the final practice, Chris. You think, yeah, great, 1 lap. He also had the fastest 10-lap average in that final practice session, too. So Eric Jones is the real deal. It'll be interesting to see if he can battle for the win tonight.
Yeah, Logano, Casey Kane, who's searching for his first win, starting also on the front row with Joey Logano. We've had 7 different winners in the last 7 races of the year. Who will it be tonight? There are 2 commands. The first command is don't forget Mother's Day is tomorrow. I guess any other command doesn't really matter.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome tonight's Grand Marshal, star of Nickelodeon's hit show The Thundermans, Jack Griffo.
Kansas City! Are you ready for the race? All right, let's do it. Drivers, start your engines!
Threatening weather in the forecast for later this evening. Remember, if you get halfway, it's official. NASCAR and the drivers will be up against that. You've heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Joey Logano talk about it, so let's bring in the men who make their moms proud, and not just when they call the race, each and every day. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy. Gentlemen?
You're too kind. Kansas Speedway, Chris, has the freshest asphalt surface on the entire Sprint Cup circuit. This track was paved in the summer of 2012. But if you take the last 5 races on the old surface versus the first 5 on the new surface, we've had 3 times the cautions for crashes and 9 times the DNFs for crashes in these last 5 races, Larry. Why?
Well, you think about this, Mike. We were at Talladega last week, and here at Kansas, we have a mile less racetrack to work with. It's not near as wide, and we have roughly half the banking, but yet we're running the same speeds we ran at Talladega. And these drivers are almost wide open around this mile-and-a-half racetrack, and with the grip level this place has, the pace doesn't slow down. And the other thing, restarts. They are almost driving over the top of each other on these restarts because that's when you get the most that you can get.
So, Darrell, how do you drive that car to make it survive here for 400 miles?
Well, I'm not so worried about the car. I'm more think about the drivers that this would play into their wheelhouse, if you will. The harder it is, the more skill it takes. The harder it is, the faster you go, the harder the car is to drive, the more it complements the great drivers. That's why we see Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick winning on these mile-and-a-half racetracks. They're very skilled, they're very bold, they're willing to take chances, but they do it with such ease and perfection. These guys are good, and when it's hard, the cream rises to the top.
So this place is hard, and it's a place where you have to be good, and we're ready to race in America's heartland for 400 miles on Fox Sports 1. The wind has been blowing mightily across the Great Plains. We're ready for the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. Fox NASCAR coverage. Look at that dense cloud cover. Maybe rain on the way, so let's get right to the Geico starting grid. Joey Logano, fourth pole of the season. Casey Kane on the front row for the second straight week. Brad Keselowski ties his best start here. Two-time runner-up here, Martin Truex Jr. Carl Edwards, his hometown's 135 miles from the track. Kevin Harvick won here in the fall of 2013. Greg Biffle, two-time Kansas winner. And Kurt Busch got his last mile-and-a-half top 5 here in 13. Jamie McMurray, another hometown hero, and last fall's runner-up Kyle Larson.
What do you say we dial up Martin Truex here? Martin Truex Jr. It's DW. Got a copy, buddy?
What's going on? I put my trust in him, and I just drive as hard as I can.
All right, bud. Thanks a lot. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hey, Martin, it's DW. Nice interview, by the way. But how about with you got the moment for us?
Got you, DW. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy, you're so close. The car has been fast every week. Great runs every week, top 10s. Been up on the top of the scoring pylon all weekend long. Can you win this race tonight, buddy?
I think we can. A lot can happen, though, so we'll just have to see. It's a long race, racing into the night here. We practice in the day, so a lot's going to be different, but, these guys are really doing a good job for me on pit road, and, one of our strengths has been making the car better throughout the race, so we'll just we'll keep our heads down and run hard all night. Hopefully have something for them at the end when it counts.
Roger that, buddy. Yeah, Cole Pern's doing you a great job, crew chief in that thing, and you've been running great. Good luck, and take her to victory circle tonight. We'll be watching.
I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night up there. Enjoy it. Hope it's a good one.
We hope so, too. Martin Truex. All right, let's get down to pit road. Are you ready, kids? Jamie Little.
We are ready, and Mike, I know this is going to come as a big surprise, but once again, Kevin Harvick is the man to beat tonight, and that is according to the rest of the garage. But I talked to his crew chief, Rodney Childers, and he said, we didn't unload that fast. I actually did have to adjust on it. 2 small changes, and the car came to life. They focused on race setup, and remember, this is the same car he won with at Las Vegas, and it's the same right side tire. Matt Yoakum?
Jamie, every young racer across America dreams of making their first Sprint Cup Series start. Tonight, it happens for Eric Jones. There's so much new, car, crew, and crew chief. The one constant, though, his spotter, Tony Hirschman III. They have worked together for 2 years in the Truck Series. He's also Kyle Busch's Sprint Cup Series sponsor. So the confidence and communication is there for Eric Jones, and that should be a huge advantage tonight. Chris Neville?
Well, Matt Kenseth crew chief Jason Radcliffe is happy with their intermediate program. He said we had speed and ran up front at Atlanta, California, and Las Vegas, but at Texas just a couple weeks ago, we flat missed it. Matt Kenseth barely hanging onto the car all night long, but Jason Radcliffe says that is not going to happen tonight. The car was good in practice. He said when it comes to Matt Kenseth and Kansas, he said the man just loves this place. A smooth, fast 1.5 miles.
Thanks, Chris. Every crewman and every driver's biggest concern is fire. And the Richard Childress organization had flames on pit road in the Xfinity Series at Richmond, and then in the Cup Series at Talladega. And then Austin Dillon's car went up in flames. Andy Petrie, what do the rules say about driver and crewman safety?
Yeah, Mike, it's been a little bit different for the rules as far as the crew members over the wall. The gas men have always had the ultimate equipment on because they are dealing with the gas, but the other crew members have been exposed, as we saw in those spectacular fires. One thing we're going to see here tonight is the Childress teams are going to employ some new technology and some new equipment, and I think this is going to lead to some rule changes that we'll see where they'll require the other members that are across the wall to have very effective fire protection equipment in case we see some of these spectacular fires again.
Thanks, Andy. If you have questions, use the hashtag AskAndy or his Twitter handle. That's APetrie33. I'd love to tell you it's a beautiful day in Kansas. I know it is in Charlotte today, but we've had these heavy clouds and a stiff breeze all day. 18 miles an hour right now out of the northeast. Storms building in the west. They'll either split and miss the track if we get the vortex going, or they're going to be on us in about an hour. 400 miles, 267 laps, 45 miles an hour down pit road. Every 48 to 52 laps, they'll be in for Sunoco race fuel and Goodyear tires. Competition caution at lap 25. The Toyota Camry pace car leads them around, and it will make the left turn onto pit road this time. So I guess I was premature in asking, are we ready, kids?
Oh, yes, we are. You know we are.
All right, let's get this party started.
Pace car's off. Flagman at the ready. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
By electing the outside, Joey Logano gets that big run off the corner. He will lead lap 1 from Martin Truex and Casey Kane.
And we already have them running on the apron. You saw Carl Edwards in the 19. There's no out of bounds here like last week at Talladega.
Kane battling for second now. As Truex edges ahead, that's Harvick in the 4, Busch in the 41, covering those spots.
Yeah, it looks like that outside, it looks like a little bit quicker right now, a little more momentum off the corner, really carries you down this front straightaway. Martin Truex able to move into second place. Kane kind of stuck on the bottom, but now it's single filed out. He should be fine.
You see those two teammates, Kevin Harvick in the 4, Kurt Busch in the 41, battling for position. Those two drivers, they have led 47% of the laps we've run here in 2015.
Joey Logano is looking like he was shot out of a cannon. Look at that lead in just 4 laps.
Mike, one of the things that we know about that 22 car, it's fast. And it's fast on a short run. One of the things they've struggled with that car has been keeping it fast all night long. Seems like it falls off a little bit on the long run.
And that's what he told you guys in the pre-race show.
Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon went 3 wide with Eric Almirola for 11th place going off into the first corner. Stewart has gained 6 spots. 7 since the start. Okay, 6, 7, 6, 7. He's got a fish on his car, and Biffle has a starfish. Go figure. No wonder they're running side by side.
That blue car right behind him, Eric Almirola in the 43 car, he's made up quite a few positions as well.
Larry, I really believe that's where Kevin Bono Mannion coming to the 43 camp, to the Richard Petty Motorsports team. I think it's going to benefit both teams. I think it's going to benefit the 43 because Kevin's a smart guy. I think it's going to benefit Sam Hornish, and we got a car around. Whoa, he didn't spin, but he was sure trying to. That's the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson.
And look at the momentum he's lost. 7, 8 cars are going to go by as Johnson struggles to get back up to speed after a wild moment in 3 and 4.
Did you see the fire and the sparks and all coming out from that thing as it got down on the apron? Man.
He was 17th. He is now 28th.
But Mike, all that momentum, we talked about at the top of the show how much these guys are in the throttle, and he's out of the throttle for a long period of time right there, and they just blow by him.
He's out of breath right now. That was scary.
I got to see this again.
Watch
Looking
this.
back from Denny Hamlin.
That's one of those, hey, watch this moments.
Okay, wrecking behind you. Still green. Still.
Back straight away. They were racing hard at the back of the pack, and Jeb Burton, the leading Sunoco rookie candidate, goes around.
Left front tire down. I don't know if that's from contact or not.
Caution.
Caution's out.
Caution's out.
Yeah, J.J. Yaley in the 23 has spun around Jeb Burton's teammate.
It appears left front, right rear. I think they may have made contact.
Believe it or not, the group was racing 3 wide for 41st position. The last 3 cars in the race battling hard. Here's the result. Now first you'll see Jeb Burton coming up off turn number 2.
Yeah, way back there.
He actually got it straightened out, and we stayed green at that point.
And then J.J. Yaley around. Pretty good hit in the right rear.
Yeah, I don't know how that. They're related. I just don't know. I know that. I don't mean. I know they're teammates, but that wreck was somehow that was related.
And the battle I was describing was well behind Jeb Burton.
Yeah, I don't know if Yaley got on. They saw Burton spinning and got on the brakes. I'm not sure what happened, but anyway, that was somehow related to each other.
Now we've only run 7 laps, and remember, you cannot fuel the car until the competition caution at lap 25. Most of the leaders will stay out. I would not be a bit surprised to see drivers like Jimmy Johnson in that 48 on pit road for tires and some major adjustments.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson don't need no fuel. He needs some wedge because he is loose.
And when Jimmy started to spin, remember, he finished right behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. at Talladega a week ago. I believe Jr. was the car right behind him when Johnson started to go around there.
Yeah, they were real close.
And here comes Jimmy Johnson, Sam Hornish Jr., and 4 or 5 other drivers that were running at the back of the pack. Nothing to lose here.
All right, we listened in on Jimmy Johnson.
Started off fine
and it just got looser and looser. It shook itself loose one time at 3 and 4, and somehow it didn't crash. I came down to 2.5 on the track bar after that.
That's a good analysis. Matt?
You heard Jimmy say that he was adjusting from the track bar adjuster inside the car. Also, significant wedge adjustment across the back Chad Canals was calling for the 48 to try to tighten him up because the car was just extremely too free.
7 drivers pitted under this first caution of the evening.
You heard him say, I came down 2.5 on the track bar. He made a big change at Martinsville, and he didn't tell the team.
Moms, they do have the toughest job.
Thank you for being such a huge part of my life. Thank you for all the hard work you've put in.
Thank you for all you've done for me over my entire career. That doesn't go unnoticed.
Thanks, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Share your favorite photos on social media. Use the hashtag NASCAR with Mom. Everybody's getting into the act for Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to our wives and to all of the wives and moms of our entire Emmy award-winning Fox NASCAR crew. And we'll all be home tomorrow.
Yeah, you kids line up behind me now and follow me. That's right.
Matt, how about Jimmy Johnson's wild ride?
Chad Canals told Jimmy a few moments ago one other issue might have been the fact that the right side roof flap tether had popped up the roof flap slightly, causing more aero imbalance, and that might have also helped that race car be way too free.
Yeah, it could have been taking air off the rear spoiler. I've seen it work both ways.
Yeah. Jeb Burton 1 lap down. Everyone makes repairs and is back in the race. All 43 starters running. 42 on the lead lap. Joey Logano's led all 11 laps so far. Once again, he chooses the outside for the restart against Martin Truex. Then Casey Kane, Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards, and we're back to green.
Right here's where that outside pays off. Once you start up off the corner back there, usually get a little bit better run down the straightaway. Truex doing a nice job of hanging
Larson,
there.
way on the outside, drops to the inside. He's picked up about 4 spots.
I'll tell you who's going somewhere is that 43. Almirola's on the move, too.
But Kyle Larson did. He got the biggest run all the way up against the wall through 1 and 2 and then cut it straight down to the bottom. Chris Neville, they're moving toward the front.
Yeah, Kyle Larson definitely moving towards the front, and they're really rolling the dice this weekend because Kyle Larson not happy with the setup yesterday. So his crew chief, Chris Heroy, came up with a completely new setup. He said, you know, we're all in. We aren't really going to be able to back out of the setup that I put in the car. So Kyle Larson's got to go with it tonight. Right now, he's saying the 42 car just a little bit free.
He has gained 4 spots since the restart, and he did that in half a lap.
Well, one thing we know about him, he's not shy about getting up on that outside. Even when it's not there, he gets up there and makes it work.
Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski in the 2 almost made contact as they set up to enter turn number 1.
You see Larson right there. I mean, he's in the gray. He's in areas, he's in a place on the track where really hadn't anybody been running, but that's what he likes. He likes that feel up there, that loose kind of feel where the car really rotates through the center.
But Darrell, it also looks like his car is pretty good around the bottom too. You saw him right against that white line that last time through 3 and 4.
Larson with a look at Keselowski for 8th. And once again, he got that big run off turn 2 and down the back straightaway.
And there's Tony Stewart right behind these 2 guys, looking, trying to find some place to go.
Did Larson run a little too high in turn 2 last time?
That's probably a fault that he has. He likes that outside, but he gets up there maybe a little bit too soon. Let's see if he gets a little piece of it here. Ooh, a kiss. Just a kiss.
Yeah, I really didn't even see any black mark on the wall after he went through there.
You must remember this. That's what his crew chief's saying.
Tony Stewart takes advantage, moves up to 9th. He restarted 10th. Casey Kane has fallen back to 10th. He restarted 4th in the number 5. And Alex Bowman.
I got power. I just got no ignition.
Uh-oh. Gonna have to come in and get a reboot.
And the trouble is he's coasting into turn 2 now. Is he going to make it all the way around?
Looks like he got back up to speed though.
Yeah.
Oh. Bowman was 30th. He now drops to 42nd.
I'm telling
back
you,
running again.
He just had to reboot it. He's good.
And what he'd love to do is stay out in front of our leader, Joey Logano, for about another 7 laps. Competition caution at lap 25.
Now Eric Jones has dropped back to the 21st spot after restarting 18th, Matt.
Mike, the advantage for Jones, we told you going into tonight, would be his spotter, Tony Hirschman. That's if he could hear Tony Hirschman. The opening laps, there was no radio communication. While they were under green, Eric was also fidgeting with the wires, trying to see if something was unplugged. He said there is a short, but he got it to work. So now he can hear Tony and the team.
Well, that should help.
Particularly in the early going, when you're bunched up like the cars are now, you want to be able to communicate with the spotter, the crew chief, and the 7 car is on pit road, by the way.
4th place, Jamie McMurray trying to hold off Kurt Busch. Busch restarted 6th, McMurray 7th. Jamie moved up, and now Kurt is there.
Yeah, go back to practice yesterday. Kurt never did really get that happy with the car. And Tony Gibson actually had to do a little bit of a sell job on him. You know, okay, let's just calm down. Let's think about what we've got here and let's go to work on it. And so far in early going, looks like he's got a pretty good race car.
Well, I'd say with the 4 car up there chasing the leader right now, and the 41 looks a lot better today, I'd say they probably shared a few notes.
And Alex Bowman, his problems continued. He did have to finally get on pit road with that 7 car.
And a lot of smoke from that car as they had the left side up. And that smoke looks like it's coming out of the cockpit.
Yeah, I think there's a... Yeah. Oh, it looks like coming out of the car. Inside the car.
You see right there, Jimmy Johnson, after making that pit stop in the 48 car, he's moved up 12 spots since the restart.
Now, Tommy Baldwin Jr., the car owner, is now also the crew chief on the number 7, Bono Mannion. this week joined Richard Petty Motorsports to lead Sam Hornish's team. And Bowman's car is pushed behind the wall. He climbed out of it. Okay. Eric Jones, fastest in second practice, sat on the pole for last night's truck race with a new track record and was running away with the race. He had a 2-second lead, ran out of gas in the closing laps, handing the win to Matt Crafton. But he was fast.
But you know what I liked? They did an interview with him right after that, and he was still very composed. He was disappointed, obviously, that he had that race won, and they felt like they miscalculated the fuel possibly, but he was very composed, and I thought he really did a nice interview after the race.
You know, in the pre-race, I couldn't agree more with Michael Waltrip on Matt Kenseth. I thought they were not very much on with his odds of winning this race. He just drove by Kyle Larson. That was for 11th. Think about it. You mentioned it, Mike. 5 races on this new surface. Matt Kenseth, he's won 2 of those 5 races.
The only thing that bothers me a little bit, Larry, is that's a new car, and they talked about being a different design, something they were trying this week, brand new out of the Gibbs shop. We'll be interested to see how his night goes as we progress along.
Jeff Gordon, 13th, 1 spot behind where he restarted. And at the front, here comes Harvick. Trying to put his Chevrolet out front for the first time tonight.
Competition yellow.
And that's the competition yellow at lap 25.
And that's kind of what we're seeing with that 22, Mike. Here we are, 25 laps. Seems like he's already slowing down a little bit more than Kevin Harvick is. That's something they have to fix on that 22 if they're going to win this race tonight. Long run.
Now, new this year is that driver adjustable track bar or panard rod across the rear end of the car. Jeff Gordon and his team had a discussion about it.
I just got no rear grip at all. Got the track bar down as far as I can get it, and I mean, I got the front end to push, but it's not helping the rear.
And it sounds like he has the same problem that his teammate Jimmy Johnson had. Jimmy did the same thing, ran that rear track bar down, run it down on the right rear. That'll tend to sometimes help tighten the car up.
Second caution flag of the night. This is the NASCAR mandated competition yellow. Drivers and crews were informed in their pre-race drivers meeting that this would come at lap 25. Otherwise, it's treated like any other caution, and J.J. Yaley will get the free pass.
And they'll all be on pit road because this is about a half of a fuel run. I think most of the leaders will go with 4 tires, but I think we may see some creative strategy with 2 tires on back in the field just to try to get some track position.
Looks like everybody's headed for pit road. Matt?
Mike, in practice, the hindrance for Kurt Busch was turn 2, but Kurt says the car is really good down in 1 and 2, but it's a little too tight at the apex in 3 and 4, so they're going to go at this juncture 4 tires and a chassis adjustment on the 41. Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. says he's getting loose in and tight off on exit. The car's pretty good. Meanwhile, the 4 says he needs to be better in the front, but can't sacrifice rear grip. Right sides only. The 22 with Joey Logano pretty happy with the car, losing front turn as they run, and the 22 maintains the lead, Mike.
And that was a mess. There were about 40 drivers on pit road, and some of them changing 2 tires. They were pulling out. Other drivers were still coming to pit road.
Yeah, Paul Menard got run into.
Yeah, and I think Brett Moffitt got the worst of that one. 2 drivers stayed out. Getting ready for the restart. 28 laps complete here. And here is how the Coca-Cola Racing family is performing today. Coca-Cola, official soft drink of NASCAR. Joey Logano, your race leader as we get ready for the restart. The two drivers who stayed out on the first lap of caution, Josh Wise and Joey Gase, both ended up pitting. And the driver who got the worst of all that on pit road, Brett Moffitt, couldn't get into his pit. He had to go all the way around and come back in to be serviced. Getting ready for the restart. 28 laps complete here. And here is how the Coca-Cola Racing family is performing today. Coca-Cola, official soft drink of NASCAR. Joey Logano, your race leader as we get ready for the restart. The two drivers who stayed out on the first lap of caution, Josh Wise and Joey Gase, both ended up pitting. And the driver who got the worst of all that on pit road, Brett Moffitt, couldn't get into his pit. He had to go all the way around and come back in to be serviced. Back under green. Logano and Kurt Busch for the lead.
You got the two Stewart-Haas cars down here, 41-4 on the inside. Got Joey Logano up on the outside in the 22.
Truex behind him with a good launch off the corner.
And there's McMurray kind of peeking in there too. And there's Carl looking around, so pretty bunched up right here on this restart.
Nobody's led this race yet but Joey Logano. That's about to change.
It's all going to change starting now.
Kurt Busch, then Harvick, Logano, McMurray, and Truex.
I've seen this movie before, that 4 and the 41. They get out front and they kind of race each other and leave everybody else in the dust. And quite honestly, Mike, with that 22 car, he was so good on that short run, they may have tightened that car up, trying to make it better on the long run, and he may fall back a little here, and we'll see if he can catch back up or not. I think they're working on the car, trying to get it better over the long haul.
Trouble for Austin Dillon in the 3. He dropped like a rock on the restart. 11 positions, all the way back to 28th. Chris?
Well, Mike, just listening to Austin Dillon on the radio, he's just saying that car is just terrible loose. Very, very difficult time trying to hang on to the car. They're going to try and make adjustments all through the night and see if they can give him something to race with.
Yeah, he was one of the drivers that changed just 2 tires on that pit stop.
Martin Truex up to 3rd place. You know, the Sprint All-Star race is next week. You can vote your favorite driver in, and if you don't have a favorite, consider this. Truex is 2nd in the Sprint Cup standings, but due to the eligibility rules for the All-Star race, he's not in it. How can you be the 2nd best driver in the series and not be an All-Star? I'd give him my vote.
Well,
and he's got a great event coming up this Wednesday in Mooresville. The 6th annual Catwalk for a Cause. It's a fashion show. A lot of racing's royalty participates. Raises a lot of great money for cancer research and other good causes. And Jamie Little will host it.
Think about this, Mike. He, with the points he has and the spread he has over the 16th place guy, he almost can point his way into the chase. He's not locked in on a win. That would certainly make it a solid lock. But right now, he can point his way into the chase.
Yeah, he has more than a full race lead cushion right now.
Well, there's a lot of drivers deserving to be in that All-Star race next Saturday night on Fox Sports 1 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's one of them. Jamie?
And I talked to his crew chief, Cole Pern, a little while ago, and he said they really wanted to bring their best equipment here. So they unloaded a brand new race car with all the new bells and whistles, and they were fast off the truck. Remember, this team is based in Denver, Colorado, so this is kind of like a home game for them. And Martin Truex Jr. happens to love this place, and right now happens to have a fast car.
Thanks, Jamie. Jimmy Johnson has picked up 7 spots since the restart. Now he's deep in the field at 28th. But, Matt, have they made any progress?
Mike, right before that caution, Chad Knaus told Jimmy that he was about 3/4 of a second off the pace of the leaders. Now, they made some adjustments on the last stop. Jimmy said that the car was still way too nervous in traffic, just too free.
And with about 18 the drivers changing just 2 tires on that pit stop, Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson, they elected to go ahead and change 4.
Well, if you're going to have trouble, if you're going to almost spin out, if you got a car that you're not real good with, you got a competition costing 25 laps. That's pretty good timing if you ask me. Get that thing in there, get some wedge in it, get that track bar where it needs to be, and then drive back up to the front. This cat is not out of the race by any means.
Going past the Plankton car, driven by Ty Dillon, is Eric Jones. We got candy, we got cartoon characters, we got a lot going on here tonight. Like Dale Jr. racing Eric Almirola for 9th.
Tell you, that 43 car is pretty good tonight.
Yeah.
He's made some good moves, and car's running well. Trent Owen, that crowd, they got a pretty good car.
But this has been a good track for Eric Almirola. He finished 8th here a year ago. In fact, he's finished 8th here twice.
There's the Hendrick Brigade, 3 of them right in line. Earnhardt, Gordon, and Kane, then Paul Menard.
But I heard talk to Jeff Gordon, and he won the first 2 races here, and he said, I don't know what it was. When I came here, it just felt good. I just liked it. And when a driver likes a racetrack, he always runs good there and gets good finishes.
And then won this race a year ago on the new surface.
Kane passing his teammate, moving up to 11. 38 laps complete. Teammates Kurt Busch and Kevin Harvick out in front in Kansas.
Lap 44, 267 here in Kansas. Kurt Busch is your leader. He's already won a race this year. Right behind him, Kevin Harvick, who's won twice, and then Martin Truex searching for his first win of this year. The NASCAR Sprint All-Star Race, a week from tonight, you can see it here on Fox Sports 1, and you, the fans, have the power to vote one driver into the field. Visit NASCAR.com, Sprint Fan Vote, or the NASCAR mobile app to cast your vote. When you vote, you can enter to win a trip for 2 to the 2015 Chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup race of your choice. Vote daily to make your voice heard. With Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, our voice is heard as we take a look at the drivers so far. Let's talk about Jamie McMurray. Aside from those in the lead, you're keeping an eye on him up to 5th.
Yeah, I like his lap times, and it's got to be frustrating for Jamie McMurray. He's from Joplin, Missouri. Never had a top 5 finish here. His best is 7th, but he's got a fast car tonight.
For somebody like Kyle Larson, his 50th Cup race, a hot young driver we thought would have a win by now.
I love this track for Kyle Larson. He was second here last fall, Chris. He loves to run the high line. We saw that from the green flag tonight. So if that line develops, watch for Kyle to be strong late.
And Matt Kenseth, you heard Larry, we showed the Vegas odds. You liked him in the pre-race show. Larry says, here's a guy who knows how to win here.
And I still like him. He won in 13 for Gibbs in a Toyota, won for Roush before that in a Ford, so he just knows how to get it done at this racetrack. These guys are just pacing themselves a bit, though, Chris. There's weather coming.
Another one of those that consider this their hometown track or nearby, other than Jamie McMurray, of course, Clint Boyer from Emporia, Kansas, but Carl Edwards from Columbia, Missouri.
Solid race car tonight. He hasn't run that well here in the past. He's finished second, but never won. So watch for Carl to see if he can make the right adjustments. Casey Kane right behind him. That's a fast car as well.
And the average green flag stretch, 26 laps or less at each of the last 5 races since the Kansas repave. We'll see how that affects things here.
Yeah, you've got to have a good long-run car. That's what's important. How those tires stick once you get 10, 15 laps on them. The whole setup seems to change, and you start to look for different grooves in the corner.
Battle for 7th place. Let's head back upstairs. This has been a sprint race break.
Thanks, Chris. This one decided in favor of Casey Kane as we look at the lead. Kurt Busch has now been out front for 19 laps. Kevin Harvick in the 4 has not led tonight. Now, for drivers not yet in the All-Star race, in addition to the fan vote, there are 3 ways to get there. Win tonight as Harvick goes for the lead, or win one of the 2 segments of Friday night's Sprint Showdown. Kevin Harvick, 2-time winner this season and defending Sprint Cup champ, goes to the lead at lap 50.
I just don't know if we can document enough what Kevin Harvick, Rodney Childers has accomplished in these first 10 races. Yeah, the 2 wins, Mike, but they have finished first or second 7 times in the first 10 races. And look at the diversity of all the different racetracks.
2 good drivers driving really first-class equipment right here that they're taking advantage of. I tell you, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 either Hendrick cars or Hendrick affiliated cars in the top 12.
And you saw the stat. It's the 10th straight race that Harvick has led, a career high for him. 55 laps complete in the SpongeBob SquarePants 400 at Kansas Speedway. He is absorbent, yellow, and porous, and we hope we don't need him if rain advances on the speedway. Your leader is Kevin Harvick for Martin Truex and Kurt Busch. Here are today's Ford EcoBoost track facts. Ford Performance has 5 Kansas wins by 4 different drivers. Both of Team Penske's drivers, Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski, have won at Kansas.
Got a lead change right here, Mike. Truex getting by the 4 car of Kevin Harvick. That 78's been strong, and he's able to get up there and wrestle the lead away from Kevin Harvick.
And I like their strategy, Darrell, in bringing this brand new car and everything they've got because it's the home track for Furniture Row Racing, as was pointed out, and a win could get them in the All-Star race.
I think they probably thought the same thing. We're not in the All-Star race. Let's throw the kitchen sink at it tonight. Maybe we can get that win and get in the All-Star race and also secure ourselves in the chase.
From the Goodyear blimp, you saw them lap past the 40 of Landon Castle. And as Harvick slid up just a bit, Truex motored on by.
Yeah, that's something we've not seen Kevin Harvick do much in this race, and that's slide up the racetrack, but he did just enough to open the door for Martin Truex Jr. I know you talk about the All-Star race and you talk about the home track, but I think Martin Truex Jr.'s record here across the board, the last 6 races, the man has had 4 top 5 finishes, so this has been a good track for Martin Truex Jr., driving for 2 different teams.
Well, I think he had this race won in 13. Remember, he led it, and then late in the race, something happened on a pit stop, didn't get the car just exactly like he wanted, end up second. So you're right, he always runs good here.
5th place battle. Brad Keselowski in the 2 trying to get right up in the middle of it, but does he have an issue, Matt?
Mike, concern in the Keselowski camp. Brad was reporting a vibration on the 2 car. He diagnosed it as possibly coming from the right rear. The team went back, looked at the videotape on their DVR from their pit stop, several angles. They said it looks like they got everything tight on the stop. Brad hasn't said anything since. He did say, though, the car was on the free side. He adjusted the track bar. It has helped.
Well, the good news, Matt, in about 15 laps, we'll have green flag pit stops coming.
Yeah, if you're a little bit loose, you could chatter that right rear just a little bit when the car's a little bit loose, make you think you got some vibration back there that you really don't, nothing to worry about.
McMurray and Keselowski 6th and 7th, lapping past David Gilliland.
And Mike, Larry, I think drivers are more aware of vibrations this year than they've ever been before because they know that there's an opportunity or a chance that they don't have all 5 lug nuts tight. They know that. And so I think they're more aware of and feeling something more than they maybe ever have before.
They don't know there's a chance. They know they don't have 5 lug nuts on each wheel. No lug nut rule in 2015.
Eric Jones passing Dale Earnhardt Jr. Puts the rookie up to 15th. And let's go down to Matt Yoakum for the nationwide Dale Jr. Performance Report.
Mike, Dale Earnhardt Jr. still chasing a win here at Kansas, but this is his bread and butter. He loves to run at racetracks, and you heard him back in the pre-race. Tracks where he can run the high line are his favorites, but right now the race car is too free to run up top. That's why he's down hugging the bottom white line. They did adjust the first stop, but he says there's still no right rear grip, and the car's still too tight down in the center of 3 and 4.
I think there's a lot of guys that like boundaries. Some guys like to ride the white line down on the bottom because it gives them something to kind of guide themselves around the corner, stay on the white line. Other guys, they like to get up next to that wall and feel that wall out there and give them a guide around the corner. So depends on if you're comfortable up high or down low. And then some drivers like high, some like low.
Well, the big news this week was Dale Jr. on Dan Patrick's radio show, who asked about the relationship between Dale Jr. and his girlfriend Amy, and just flat out asked, "Are you guys engaged?" And Jr. said, "No, I don't have a direct quote, but it was something like, we're kind of moving well in a positive direction."
I tell you what, though, the man is very comfortable in every aspect of his life right now.
All is good. That's what he told me.
All right, let's join Alan Massengale at the Fox Sports 1 news desk for an update. 70 laps complete. Revisiting Martin Truex Jr.'s last Sprint Cup win. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill. Turn in your old phone. They'll cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or at sprint.com/half price.
Well, if we had our last caution back at lap 25, all drivers were on pit road. We should have what will be green flag pit stops coming up, I'd say, anywhere between the next 5, 8, 9 laps. Got to be careful. Don't get caught speeding on pit road. We see that a lot, especially at a place like this.
I think Patrick Starr may have done the math, but I'm told we are halfway to halfway.
That's good news.
Kevin Harvick 2.5 seconds behind Martin Truex, who is trying to race away from this field. He is one of the 3 fastest cars on the racetrack right now. Kurt Busch 8 seconds back of the lead in 3rd, and pole sitter Joey Logano 9 3/4 seconds back of Truex in 4th.
I just can't believe how rejuvenated that 78 team is. With just a little change, things in Martin's personal life have gotten squared away, and they make a crew chief change, and it's like they flipped a switch. They went from a team last year, he was 26th in the points coming into this race. This year he's 2nd.
Awesome. Casey Kane was fastest on that lap. He's the 5th place car. Jamie McMurray in the 1 is 6th. That's 15 seconds back of the lead. Brad Keselowski in the red deuce this week is 7th. Kyle Larson in 8th in the 42.
I believe they made the right adjustments on that 42 car because he's made up 12 spots since that last restart.
Yeah, he looks under control now, Larry. He was a little out of control at the start, but that top groove is really coming in well now. You don't see much grade up by the wall now, and that's really playing right into his wheelhouse. He likes that.
So Matt Kenseth in 9th, 18 seconds back. Carl Edwards a second behind his Toyota teammate. Jeff Gordon and Eric Jones complete the top dozen, and the rookie was fastest on that lap, equal to Casey Kane. And I think the only problem he had early was the lack of communication. Couldn't hear his spotter, couldn't hear his team. They got that fixed. He's flying.
Well, that and the restarts are so frantic. There's so much going on. The 22's on pit road. See what he's going to do here. But those restarts are so frantic, and I think he was just being cautious too.
Yeah, this will be a scheduled pit stop for Joey Logano. See Martin Truex Jr. in the 78. All drivers should be making those pit stops shortly. Jamie.
And a lot of drivers eager to get to pit road. They're all yelling that they're too free. A lot of them took right side tires only, like Joey Logano. You see 2 rounds of wedge right there in a 4-tire stop. They'll fill them up with Sunoco fuel for Joey Logano, who started on pole.
Kurt Busch is in, so is Jamie McMurray. Here comes Tony Stewart. Green flag stops. Matt.
Mike, on the first stop, Busch took on 2 tires. Now, the car should have tightened up, but it became extremely free. A major handful. 40 laps into the run, it did start to tighten up. Chris.
Jamie McMurray's been pretty happy with that 1 car all night. If anything, he says the car a little bit loose on entry. Tony Stewart having a good run. He was running up in the top 10, but started to fade a little bit because the car a little too loose off the corner.
Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick, who led 7 laps tonight, just said he's way loose. Wants a big adjustment here as they count him down. Rodney Childers making the call. They took right sides only on that last stop. They'll take an adjustment here. A tear off, give him some water and 4 tires, and Casey Kane exits. Meanwhile, the 78, the leader, is in, Matt.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. still complaining about the 88 machine being way too free. No right rear grip. You can see they made a chassis adjustment. Both sides across the back. 4 tires on this stop for Junior. Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. was saying that his car was getting so loose, and then the last handful of laps, he said he was actually tightening up again. They'll fill him up with fuel, put 4 sticker tires on, and wipe the grill. Meanwhile, Carl Edwards was getting just too loose. Unloaded this weekend looking for speed. They leaned on young Eric Jones as he almost slides all the way through his box. Leaned on him, found some speed. The car was better, but he needed an adjustment this time around. There it is right there. A wedge adjustment for Carl Edwards. The 47 on pit road. AJ Allmendinger just extended his contract 5 years, and they're all coming in, Mike.
All right, Jeff Gordon in the pit lane. The Roush Fenway cars leaving. Here's Al Mirola in, and Danica Patrick locks up the brakes, trying to get down to pit road speed. All green flag stops have handed the lead to Brad Keselowski. Jamie?
Jeff Gordon real loose in, real loose off. He's okay through the middle. 4 tires here. Air pressure adjustment for the 24, who hasn't found the right balance yet in this race.
Austin Dillon is in, so is Kyle Larson. Chris?
And Kyle Larson having a good run. He's saying that car just a little bit loose through the center of the corner, but he's one driver that has been searching for grip all over the racetrack. The last 10 laps, he's been right up at the wall.
Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, Matt DiBenedetto, Joey Gase finishing up this round of green flag stops. About the first 9 cars have yet to come to pit road.
Keselowski just had a huge moment with Mike Lynette. Matt.
And Keselowski also, before he hit pit road, one of the things that he did was reset his track bar adjuster back to 0. Comes to a stop. Remember, we told you earlier about the concern about the vibration. He hadn't mentioned that near the end of the stop. A tear off the windshield. 4 tires for Keselowski. The car a little bit on the free side right before the stop. And he's away. Mike?
Matt Kenseth picks up the lead from Eric Jones and Jimmy Johnson. Chris?
Well, before this round of stops, Matt Kenseth had moved forward 10 positions, saying the 20 car that balanced good all night. He did say that the car felt a little naggy in the center of the corner. I think he meant tight. Matt?
Eric Jones comes to a stop. Nice entry. Right before the stop, he said the car had gone to the free side. Earlier in the run, he was adjusting it with the track bar adjustment. Close call for the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He, too, battling a loose race car earlier in the run. You can see chassis adjustment, the wrench in the back window, left side tires going on. There's the 2 significant cranks on the wedge, and he's away.
Johnson almost collided with Allgaier. Johnson entering, Allgaier exiting. First, let's have a look what Darrell was talking about with Brad Keselowski trying to get onto pit road against Michael Lynette in the 46.
Couldn't see where he's going for all the smoke. 46 locked him up and really threw his timing off.
That wasn't as close as this one. Here's Jimmy trying to enter. Here's Justin trying to leave. Hello, goodbye.
Things just not going the 48's way just yet tonight.
Martin Truex Jr. had a 4.2 second lead when pit stops began. He has 4.4 over Kevin Harvick right now. 89 laps watching leader Martin Truex from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Martin Truex Jr. with a 6.7 second lead over Kevin Harvick.
One thing I love about green flag pit stop, it involves the driver, how he gets on and off pit road, and the crew itself. What this is the 2 laps, including the green flag pit stops. You can see Kevin Harvick in the 4-car quickest. Martin Truex Jr., who is 3rd right there, he's leading the race. All 5 of these drivers are in the top 7 right now, but that's the 2 laps, including the trip to pit road, leaving pit road, and the stop.
I watched them all come on pit road, and I'll tell you, Martin Truex, he brought some heat when he came on pit road. He dived off the track, down on the apron, got that thing wound up about as good as anybody I saw on that cycle.
Paul Menard just had a big slide there. He's in 12th place. Now he's one of about 5 cars who are trying hard to stay on the tail end of the lead lap. Truex is flying. I mean, before pit stops, he was 4.6 seconds ahead of Harvick. Now he is 6.5 seconds ahead of the number 4, the 2nd place car.
Look who he's about to put a lap down. I mean, here's Dale Jr. He's getting ready to go by him. Right in front of Dale Jr. is Jeff Gordon, and right in front of Jeff Gordon is Jimmy Johnson, not too far up the head there.
Yeah, he's about to lap up to the 13th place driver, who right now is Denny Hamlin in an 11 car.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr., last week's winner, goes a lap down in Kansas. Matt?
Mike, after losing the lap, he told Greg Ives, I don't know what we need to do to fix it. The car is just too free to hold on to.
It just appears what has thrown a lot of these drivers and teams the curveball, and you heard Martin Truex Jr. tell you this on the pace laps. All of the practice in the day and then racing at night. Some's hit it, some has not.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that we asked about the 88 as well. You know, they won last week. Would that pay off this week? Would that help them this week? I think they're still building that driver crew chief. Oh, we got a car around. Here we go, big time.
Jeb Burton.
Hold the brake, turn right, come on through.
But that is a huge break for Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, who was about to go a lap down to Martin Truex Jr.
I think Junior and Dale Jr. may get the lucky dog here, so good break for those guys.
Yes, he'll be the free pass car, the first car 1 lap down. Lucky break for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Not so lucky for Jeb Burton ahead of his teammate there, Matt DiBenedetto.
Oh, he just gets loose. And Mike, that's kind of the way this track goes. We saw it with Kevin Harvick. I've seen a number of guys. You're right on that edge. He's hanging onto this thing. Look at him. He's wheeling it. He hadn't given up on it. He's in the gas. He's on the brake. It's a pretty good job for a rookie. Got his hands full, but he kept it off the fence.
Tell you about another rookie, Eric Jones, restarted 31st, and in this green flag run, he's brought that number 18 up to 11th place, plus 20. Wow.
I think what we'll see here is we'll see all the leaders come to pit road and get tires and fuel. I think as many drivers that got put a lap down, we may see some try the wave around here, try to get a caution and get back on lead lap, because we got a lot of drivers 1 lap down.
15 lead lap cars. 19 cars 1 lap down. Matt?
And Mike, the balance still an issue for Kurt Busch in the upper left of your screen in the 41 car. Now they're going to go right side tires only in fuel and an air pressure change in that right front to try to help the balance. Jamie?
And they have not touched this 78 car tonight. They've only put tires on it. The call here, Cole Pern saying right sides only is the call. It is. Kevin Harvick said his car was no better. It got looser, right sides only. The same for the 22 as they are getting passed on pit road. They're calling for 4 tires now on the 22. He's still in the pit box taking 4 tires. We'll see if this pays off.
7 cars got out ahead of him, Jamie. And with a 2-tire stop, Martin Truex leaves pit road 4 seconds ahead of anybody else. Jeb Burton brings out the caution flag.
From the Coca-Cola Racing family,
Happy Mother's Day.
and welcome back to Fox Sports 1's coverage of NASCAR.
Share a Coke is back, and this year there's more ways to share. Happiness delivered. Go to shareacoke.com for the perfect personalized gift. Joey Logano's team over the wall too soon. We'll restart tail end of the longest line. Here's a look at it. You're allowed to come over the wall when he is one pit stall away.
Those boys were eager to get over there, just a little too eager.
And the Pro System nabbed him, and they have the final spot on pit road by virtue of winning the pole. They got the first choice of pit stall, so he'll go to the back. Also a penalty on the green flag stops for the 95 of Michael McDowell. Speeding penalty for McDowell. The Levine family racing team had a fire in their shop earlier this week, but some structural damage. They are going to have to look for other quarters to run that race team out of for the next little bit here, but they still will be able to run all the races. There's the Larry the Lobster car for McDowell. We're under caution, lap 97 in Kansas. Welcome back to the SpongeBob SquarePants 400 in Kansas, and that sponge may come in handy, not just the one that's painted on the front stretch and back stretch wall, but we do have some precipitation here in Kansas supporting the vortex theory. As long as those cars were running under green, there was no rain.
I knew it. I knew when that caution came out it was going to start raining. I just knew it.
Well, let's go back to the Joey Logano pit stop. He got penalized for crewman over the wall too soon. One spot away, you see the red line, and you see now the gas man's allowed to stand over there, but Andy, what's the call here?
Yeah, you're right, Mike. The gas man is able to, he can actually sit on the wall with his feet on the pit road before he comes over, but he has to have the can. He has to have the gas can. You can see here he does not. He's got a wedge wrench. They're going to make a chassis adjustment here and then go back and get the gas can. That's not approved. He has to have that gas can in his hand. The reason they do that is because that can is so heavy, they don't want the gas man trying to jump over the wall while that car is coming in. They have him in position, sitting on the wall. But right here, this is not approved. He has to have that gas can in his hand to have his feet on pit road.
So that's the call and the explanation from our Fox NASCAR rules analyst Andy Petrie.
Yeah, he wasn't the gas man when he went over the wall. He had to go back and get the can. Then he was the gas man.
He was doing a good job of impersonating the gas man there. He just had the wedge wrench, not the can. Nice try, no biscuit.
Could not figure it out, but now we know why.
The result, when we go back racing, tail into the longest line, so way back in the field.
All right, let's see if it's raining in the Hollywood Hotel.
It's dry here, but the rain behind us. And Michael, 36 laps from halfway officially, which makes this a legal race. And on the pre-race show, you heard Dale Earnhardt Jr., Joey Logano talking about that, racing the rain, the weather conditions. You were just looking at the radar and some communication here. What do you see in terms of getting back out on the track, as we're not an official legal race yet?
I think this is just a brief rain shower that's going to pass through. It's headed to the east, and it's clear behind it. So I think these teams have the same radar that we have here in the Hollywood Hotel. They're looking at the situation, devising a plan so they can get some adjustments. We've seen some stars that have gone a lap down. Dale Jr., he got it back in the free pass, but cars that we thought would run up front are struggling. We need to make a plan, make some adjustments, and get after them in the second half.
So under the red flag, lap 98 of 267, and drivers knew when the day started. And the weather forecast for tomorrow, worse. Threatening skies for later this evening. There will be a window, so Joey Logano on the pole takes advantage, leading 29 laps early, his fourth pole of the season. And Jimmy Johnson, who's the king of the mile and a half, some trouble here.
Well, he's the king of the dirt tracking on a mile and a half, too. That's 180 miles an hour, Chris, and he's dead out of control. Hangs onto that race car, though.
Kevin Harvick, who's certainly done his part on mile and a half, so taking the lead, led 7 laps. He's led the most laps of any driver this season, two-time winner this year. And then Martin Truex Jr., second in points, and taking the lead from Harvick. Harvick having a little bit of trouble there on the track. And then moments ago, Joey Logano in the top 5 and the pit road penalty.
Yeah, you have to have a fuel can if you're the fuel man. The fuel man is doubling for a pit crew guy, making an adjustment in the car. That's not legal. He went back and got the can, but it's too late, so he'll go to the back of the end of the longest line. Truex is a story, Chris. Wow, what a fast Chevrolet.
Yeah, in fact, Martin Truex, Dale Earnhardt Jr. tweeted, casting my vote for buddy Martin Truex for the Sprint All-Star after such a strong start. So he's already started his voting, and you know you can too. A week from tonight here on Fox Sports 1. Let's check the radar that Michael was watching and communicating. So you see after that wave of green, and I guess the yellow is the worst stuff, then we'll have a chance once they dry the track to get going again.
And these teams understand what this track is going to do, the transition it's going to go through. They started this race on a green track. The rain's heavy enough, it's going to wash the rubber off again, and they'll have to go through that same system.
Martin Truex trying to end a 66-race winless string. And moments ago, before the red flag came out, let's listen into the transmission of that team aware of the weather.
Holy cow, did you see that lightning bolt? Yeah, I saw it. You're on there, bro. I'm gone. But they're going to get people out of the grandstand here. Say after seeing that, they ought to. Heard the thunder.
Ooh.
So that's what he's watching. Now, obviously, lightning and any kind of issues that serious would have a different effect than just rain, and that's something in the area of the country where we are that they have had to deal with and are very in tune with.
As we race into the second half, though, and I do believe we're going to go back racing, I'm going to be interested to see what the comers and goers are in the second half. We've seen some guys we thought would contend and compete. Carl Edwards, for an example, who started to fade at the end of that long green flag run. Will the conditions play into his hands? Can they make the adjustment on that Toyota that will enable him to be strong after the rain and the track is dried?
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bigger picture. You know, we have 8 drivers that are in the chase. Truex Jr. second in points. And where does that figure if he doesn't get a win? You heard Darrell Waltrip say he can point his way in. We'll talk more about that when we continue. You're watching NASCAR coverage on Fox Sports 1 live from Kansas Speedway, where we're under red flag because of some rain. Back live, drivers focused after 2 hours and 10 minutes. Denny Hamlin that's sprint vision for you.
What's wrong with that boy, Chris?
I don't know. You talked to him more. He was with us in the Hollywood. It shows you how I'm always amazed, Michael, how loose these guys are. They sit, they wait, they're going to be zipping around the track, you know, fighting for space with each other, trying to get to the front.
It's the way they're raised, Chris. I mean, you have to take care of your sponsors. You meet and greet with the fans. When you get in that car, buckle that helmet in, you become a different person.
And Jeff Gordon, who won this race last year, we came on the air mentioning this was the closest finish of any race, a tenth of a second where Jeff Gordon won, and he's a guy who's still looking for his first win this year. He's had some good cars. He's had some bad luck.
And you can see the focus there. Jeff's got his helmet on. He's putting into his brain everything that he's talked to his crew chief about, the changes they wanted to make, and how they're going to affect the handling of that car.
He is currently 9th, and of course the crawl there shows you up at the top where your favorite driver is during this red flag. Let's listen into Gordon's radio.
Yeah, the one thing I can't figure out is 3 and 4. I can get better and better in 1 and 2, and man, I really struggle loose down in 3 and 4.
You know, and that's the guy that won the race here a year ago. That tells you, I talked about how temperamental these race cars are. They're different in both ends of the racetrack. So just imagine what they're going to be faced with going onto this green racetrack with these cooler temperatures, how these cars are going to handle.
He made it up to 5th tonight. Last year it was his first win, and then it springboarded him to 3 more wins and obviously into the chase.
Martin Truex is hoping for that same sort of momentum out of Kansas this year. What a great start to this evening. We had him here in the hotel, and he's like, I just hope it continues.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., as we mentioned before, fortunate to get back on the lead lap, get that free pass, currently 15th after the big win last week. Had some struggles early in this race.
Well, but yesterday in practice, we talked to Junior, and that car was fast. He loved the way it was handling. He said the track just didn't suit the way the car was set up. So he and Greg Ives has had some time now to talk about it, his crew chief, how they could make an adjustment. And you know, Chris, a bit of an advantage here. He got the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. He was able to work on that car because he's going to start in the back anyway. He'll be back there with Joey Logano. It'll be interesting to see if Logano and Junior can rally through this field.
His teammate Jimmy Johnson, who has been the mile-and-a-half king, and remember when he won in Atlanta earlier this year, started 37th. Then when he won at Texas, he started in the top 10. Currently, Jimmy is 14th.
Yeah, and it's just been a great season for he and Chad. They've been interesting to listen to on the radio, and this weekend, it could be the same type of story. Frustration over the way the car's handling, because he almost wrecked that car just 10 laps into the race.
Do you feel like we're going to have, and this is the unofficial mid-race report, there's Kevin Harvick, almost 2 different races here?
I feel like there's going to be some comers and goers. Guys that didn't have the setup earlier in the race are going to be able to make adjustments. Joey Logano was fast early. Clint Boyer was terrible in the first half of the race, and we heard his frustration talking to Jamie Little about the way that car was handling. It'll be interesting to see if the teams can make the right adjustments to rally.
And they are cranking up the engines. The command has been given. Tony Stewart, who happens to be a lap down, we mentioned he's 30th at points coming in. There's only 8 spots open for the chase to try and get in. Of course, you got to win and be within the top 30 to do that. Kyle Busch hoping to return. Maybe he'll get a medical waiver to get a win and get back in the chase if he's healthy.
Well, this looked to be a good weekend for Stewart yesterday. Qualified inside the top 20, and his car in practice was steady as well. But tonight, things haven't gone well.
Let's hear from a crew chief. And Matt Yokovic standing by.
Tony Gibson's car, the 41, sitting 3rd, getting ready to go back to green. So, expectations for the first run or 2 going back to green?
Well, I think it's going to be extremely fast. Keeping the things off the splitter and things like that are going to be crucial right here. Track's going to be fast. It's going to be slick. It'll probably take it 30, 40 laps to rubber back in like it was before the rain hit. So, you know, hopefully we got right side tires on right there. We got 17 on the lefts. You know, the Haas Automation Chevy's been pretty good. We've been really loose on a long run. So we made some adjustments here. I think once I'm able to get 4 back on it, I think we'll be a little bit better. We just got to hold our breath and see if we can hold on with these 2 tires.
I think this is about the first time we've talked in 6 weeks you haven't had kidney stones.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, I can tell you that. I just want to thank my Dr. Reed back in North Carolina. He stuck it out with me and got all the stuff out, so we're good.
Perfect. Jamie?
Well, Cole Pearn is the crew chief for Martin Truex Jr., the leader. You guys had a 6-second lead before the rain came down. So what do you do at this point? You haven't touched the car and made an adjustment yet. What do you do?
I think we're kind of just back to where we started the race at, you know, with the rain from last night. So, you know, I think the track was a bit free for everybody that first run. You know, it seemed to tighten up as it went. So we'll kind of, you know, we had to make our stop kind of before obviously the rain came. So, you know, I think everybody's in the same boat at least. So hopefully we're all right taking off and it comes back to us, you know, kind of where it did before as it began to rubber in.
You're looking for your first win as a crew chief. What was that long delay like for you? What's going through your mind?
Not too much. I mean, we were just trying to figure out how we were going to get home. It's snowing like crazy in Denver right now, so we might not be able to land tonight. So I hope we win and we can have a good reason for staying overnight here.
Cole Pearn wants to get that win, Chris, but he also wants to have a fresh powder day of skiing tomorrow in Denver.
Always good to hear from Cole Pearn. I know that Cole Trickle, we don't have time to talk to him because the yellow is out, and we're going to go back racing here.
Yeah, these guys are, they've made their plans for the second half, and now it's time to implement them.
And in another hour on the East Coast, it will be Mother's Day. So, again, happy Mother's Day to all the moms watching that have hung in there. Thanks for staying up late with us here at the Kansas Speedway. Let's welcome back Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Chris. 2 hours and 16 minutes was the length of the red flag for rain, and about a third of that time it was raining. And the NASCAR Air Titans and the jet dryers and the sweepers made very quick work of getting this track dry, considering how flat the backstretch and the apron coming off pit road, that had to be dried so the cars could get back up to speed and blend on the backstretch on dry pavement. Now, under a red flag, teams are not allowed to touch the cars. When it rains, you can cover them, uncover them. But this is kind of a special situation, Andy Petrie, when you're getting ready to go back to yellow after a red flag for rain.
Yeah, I just went down and talked to NASCAR, and they're going to allow the teams to adjust the air pressure, to adjust the tape on the front of the cars just in case the rain and the water wash some of that stuff off. So they give the teams a chance to readjust that, clean the inside of the windshield, and pull a windshield tear off. That is some of the things they let them do to kind of just make sure that nobody gets kind of left out to dry after a rain.
So pretty much all in the interest of safety.
Yeah, it is. It's just it makes it. You can see the windshield there on Martin Truex cars now, nice and clean. They had a lot of road grime on them. Just things that they can do without having to actually come down pit road.
So, Larry, we have an interesting situation where teams like Martin Truex hope their car will be just as great as it was before the rain. Other teams are hoping that this green racetrack, as Tony Gibson said, will make their cars better than they were.
Yeah, I mean, there's the unknown of performance, and we will not know that, just like Tony Gibson said, until we get going, until the racetrack gets rubber back in. And then normally, anytime the car sits like that for a couple hours, I think it makes the engine guys nervous. But I think with the electronic fuel injection and the ECU, I think that eases their nerves just a little bit. Different from back in the day when we just had carburetors, jets, and things of that nature.
Kind of old school, Mike. I know back when we'd have a situation like this, the engine guy would always say, once the engine is set and it's set a little while, you always like to get somebody to go out and crank the engine over. Not fire it up, spin it over, because those valves have been hot, and always was a concern about warping a valve or maybe go back to green and break a valve because of the heat. But if you could rotate them and move them around a little bit, that seemed to alleviate that problem. So, and moisture is also a problem. You can get moisture in your radios. You can get moisture in a lot of things, electronics in these cars, when the car sits covered up and it's raining.
So a lot of good precautions. Fans are back in their seats and atop their campers. Our cameramen are back up on the roof, and we're all ready to go here in Kansas with 99 laps now completed. Sprint wants to cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and turn in your old phone at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Kevin Harvick, currently second, has the fastest lap of this race at 186.8 miles per hour. 101 laps complete. We're back under caution after a 2+ hour rain delay. Here's your Budweiser race summary. Martin Truex Jr. is the first of, with the wave arounds, 32 cars now on the lead lap. 7 lead changes, 7 different leaders, a lot of them cycling through under green flag pit stops. 3 cautions now for 15 laps and a red flag for rain. Truex, Logano, and Kurt Busch have led 20 laps or more.
You can see that back straightaway apron there. I mean, it's dry for the most part, but it's a little damp back there, but I think it's fine. I don't think anything to worry about.
See why one of the most revered names in NASCAR trusts the most winning name in NASCAR. Go to Chevy.com/Dale Jr.
All I know is prior to this air tighten, we would still just be probably about halfway through the drying process. What a difference it's made in our sport.
Yeah, we'd had to stop and refuel the jet blowers and all kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, the jet dryers are great, but Air Titan 2 is just a fantastic invention. It's a combined pressurized air system, kind of an air-driven squeegee system. Boy,
the
it
next
works.
thing I want somebody to come up with are tarps. Tarps that come out from under the wall, cover up the track. When it stops raining, you pull the tarps up, you blow the track off, and you go race.
Look at that. Now that is moving a lot of water right there, because it rained hard here for the better part of 45 minutes.
In the speed of that air, it's so fast, it actually heats the air because it's moving so quick.
Well, they made quick work of a very, very wet racetrack. Each week, look for the Race Day Advance Auto Parts Driver Spotlight. Today, we caught up with Dale Jr.'s crew chief, Greg Ives, and you'll see it only on Fox Sports 1. Got his first win as a Sprint Cup crew chief last week at Talladega. Very, very emotional victory for Greg Ives.
Well, not only
and
that,
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Not only that, his daughter broke her arm
before the race started.
Before the race started, and he was with, you know, kind of, do I stay? Do I go?
Yeah.
And he talked to his daughter, and she said, "Dad, you need to stay there. You might win the race." So that turned out pretty good.
Turned out very, very well. Yep. And Dale Jr. was, I think, uncharacteristically emotional in his victory interview.
As I talked to him on Saturday, you know, he was that way. And it was a lot that had to do with his dad, believe it or not. It was his dad's birthday. Kevin Harvick gave him that model car, his first car, the 30 car that Dale drove at Charlotte. And I think there was just a lot of things going through his head. You know, he wanted to get a win for it. He kept talking about the legacy, the Earnhardt legacy, and that he wanted to add to it. And Talladega is one of those places where the Earnhardts have just pretty much owned the joint.
He's done a great job. Those blue gloves he's wearing, his foundation will auction off for cancer research at the end of the month at DaleJrFoundation.org.
But I agree, Daryl. I think it was just a combination of things. You know, he mentioned his dad's birthday the week before Talladega. And I know we've talked a lot about the change with crew chief and Greg Ives, but there was a ton of changes on that 88 team. Pit crew wise, guys that work on this 88 car, and I just think it was a relief to him to know that after 10 races they'd been to victory lane. And to the point about Talladega, 5 wins there. His dad had 10 wins there, but it had been over a decade since he had won at Talladega.
Oh yeah, no, it was a big day for that team. New sponsor, kind of throw that in on top of everything else, and you know, Dale Jr. is 40 years old. I don't think about it. I still call him Junebug, and he's okay with that. But I forget that he's 40. And I don't mean that's old. I'm just saying that I still think about him being 14.
Toyota Camry leading the field around here. It's led a lot of laps here coming into and out of this red flag period. As we're pretty close to going back to green. Track looks pretty dry all the way around. There's still a bit of work being done by sweepers and dryers at the entrance to pit road. You see the jet dryers and the vacuum trucks there.
Well, Mike, there's no need to spend this much time drying the track and getting everything right, and then leave a few areas that aren't dry that could create problems. So I applaud them for wanting to get everything right before they go green.
All right, the jet dryers have been called home, and we're probably only a lap or two away from resuming this race. 104 laps complete, 30 laps to halfway, and 163 laps to go.
Oh, it's official.
Oh, well, now
it's official now.
Now we're ready to go.
Oh, we're ready to go now. That's it right there.
But we know what a critical area that is. We saw it on that set of green flag pit stops, getting down on the pit road, running 190 miles per hour, and having to get down to 45 miles per hour.
All right, indication from the tower is they will get a 2 to go signal when they come back around to the start-finish line.
And Mike, there's a lot of conversation right now between NASCAR, control tower, and the drivers. They're asking the drivers, what's the track look like? Is there an areas that you're concerned about? And they listen to all the drivers and get feedback before they decide to go green.
Now, pit road is now open. The green light is on and flag waving at the head end of pit road. There it is right of your screen.
And Mike, we use terms week after week that sometimes we don't have time to explain. The 24 wave around drivers, if you stay out, if you're one or more laps down and you stay out, and as long as the leader is behind you after you've stayed out, when we get the 1 to go, you're able to go around the pace car and get to the back of the field to either make up the lap you're down or one of the laps you're down. But one of the rules, you cannot pit if you're a wave around car. You lose that right if you come to pit road.
And the reason it's a great idea, and I'm so happy that we finally went to this system, the leaders, the way it used to be, would restart in the middle of the field. So there'd be cars that were on the tail end of the lead lap that were in front of the leader when the green flag would come back out. Yeah. Well, that put the leaders in harm's way.
Chaos.
I mean, guys are trying to stay on the lead, stay on the tail end of the lead lap. Leaders trying to get up through the traffic, and it just makes so much more sense. You're still on the tail end of the lead lap. When they send you around, you're basically coming up to the tail of the lead lap.
Right.
So rather than waiting on a caution or a wreck, they just cleaned it up, and it's just so much better that way.
No one elected to pit that time as you watch the field rumble by. The backstretch mural from the Goodyear blimp. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Well, things have cooled off considerably, and I don't mean just the race cars. It is now getting to be a chilly and humid evening in Kansas, 66 degrees. Track temperature, not much more than that.
See, that could change the cars a little bit because you can add a little more tape. With the temps a little lower, ambient temperature a little bit lower, those crew chiefs, and they were allowed to do that while the cars were sitting down there. They were allowed to retape the cars. You could add a little bit more with the temps down.
32 cars on the lead lap with the wave arounds that Larry explained. And yet Tony Stewart is the outlier. He did not choose to take that wave around. So he's the first car 1 lap down when we restart, the number 14.
Well, I think what he's betting on is when we get that caution, he's got 4 fresh tires. We get the caution, he'll be the first driver 1 lap down, and he'll get the free pass.
That's what he's banking on.
Now remember, Joey Logano in the 22, our pole sitter, will drop to the tail end of the line because someone was over the wall too soon. It was the gas man position, but he was not holding the gas can to fuel the car. He had a wrench to make a chassis adjustment. Therefore, he was not the gas man and was over the wall before the car was 1 pit stall away.
And that's the tail end of the longest line.
Right.
It's not the behind the lap down car, the lead lap cars. That's the tail end of the longest line.
So time to get this party restarted. It'll be 107 laps complete, 160 to go. Chevrolets on the front row, Truex and Harvick. Kurt Busch and Casey Kane, Kyle Larson, then the Ford of Brad Keselowski in 6th. Toyotas for Carl Edwards and Matt Kenseth. Chevys for Jeff Gordon and Jamie McMurray. That's your top 10.
And our fastest lap was a 28.89, I think, by Kevin Harvick. Let's see what the fast lap is here when we get going with this track the way it is.
I bet that's going to change real quick.
I think it is.
Green flag.
We saw McMurray there dive to the bottom down in front of Jeff Gordon. Want to get down on that inside.
That was a bit of 3 wide there. And they're side by side for 4th off the corner. Truex, Harvick, Busch, then Larson and Kane. 3 cars under a blanket right there.
Good thing the apron's dry.
Yes.
They were already on it.
Yeah, they went ahead and tested it, especially Keselowski in the 2 and Larson in the 42.
But these tires make so much grip. These cars have so much downforce. A little bit of moisture is not going to bother these race cars.
And one, they're going through there so quick.
Yeah, they're already generating heat. A few laps, and this track's right back like it was.
Matt Kenseth way down to the apron. Jimmy Johnson likewise coming through start finish and at the front. Everybody said watch out for Kevin Harvick. He was right there exiting turn 2, but now Truex pulls away a bit. Wow, Keselowski zooming up the inside. Picks up a spot, moves to 6.
Just remember, in the start of the race, it took the 78 car a few laps to really get going, and right now he's stretching the lead on Kevin Harvick.
McMurray and Gordon battle for 8th. That's been ongoing since this drop of the green flag.
We're definitely seeing most of our leaders cut the fastest lap that they've run this race, including Martin Truex Jr. and that 78, our leader.
Eric Jones, the least experienced driver in the field, though you'd never know it the way he's wheeling that 18.
Well, he's doing a nice job so far, and he's really just took a few laps, got comfortable in that car, and he's been moving forward ever since the race started.
Nice interview with he and his mom about Mother's Day and about this 18-year-old's racing career, and his mom Carol, her influence and her excitement at watching her son compete.
And he did lead a lap earlier during the cycle of green flag pit stops.
Yes.
But I like what he said earlier in the week that, you know what, expectations, we just want to go there and try to run all the laps and see what it'll give us.
Well, right now it's giving him a top 10.
Well, I think he's had an amazing week.
Yes. How about A.J. Allmendinger in the 47? He's probably got the biggest smile of any driver in this field because it was announced this morning that he has signed a 5-year contract extension with JTG Doherty Racing Team. Great news for him. Great news for that team to lock him up. And 5 years is a long time in this sport.
It really is, and they do a nice job of keeping sponsors on that car. They just signed Kroger. They do a nice job over there keeping sponsors on the car and keeping a car on the track. And we got road courses coming, and that's right that's right what he likes. He loves those road courses.
Carl Edwards, since this drop of the green flag, has dropped 6 spots. Denny Hamlin down 3. Everybody else running pretty much right about where they restarted.
If you have a car that's sensitive, I know Michael talked about how sensitive these cars are, fickle, conditions can mess with a car like that. But if you've got a car like that 78 or the 4 or even the 40, the good race cars, it doesn't seem no matter what happens, what the conditions are, they're still good. They're just better than everybody else.
Now Joey Logano is +8 since the restart, but remember he started at the tail end due to the penalty for crewman over the wall too soon. 40th in line overall. Jimmy Johnson has passed 5 cars. I guess that's what they call quality passes. Moves Johnson up to 9th.
And you're looking at Eric Jones in that 18 car just a second ago. Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car. Johnson right now up inside the top 10. I felt like before we got into those green flag pit stops, aside from Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick, that those 2 drivers had the best car for the long run.
Well, Big Earl, I met the spotter for the 48 car. I talked to him during the red flag there, and he guaranteed me they got that car fixed, that 48 car, and he said we will get a top 3 tonight.
Matt?
Mike, Chad Knaus was very pleased in the direction that they were headed in the 48. They've made a number of changes every stop to that very free race car. A little free on the exit there, and they have tightened him up enough. He says, we've got tons of speed in our car. We're going to the front.
Boy, Joey Logano is flying. He has taken no prisoners. Outside, inside, up the middle, doesn't matter. He passes him where he catches them. And if he clears Ryan Newman, then he's got a lot of open track ahead of him before he gets to the top 17.
Boy,
wow.
Newman, I got to tell you something. Every driver will tell you Newman is the hardest guy out there to pass. He doesn't give you an inch.
Let's go back a lap. and have another look.
Down here in the 31 car, here comes Logano up on the outside. He's going to make a quick move. Whoa!
Michael McDowell.
Whoa, I say, why he made a quick move now?
Yeah, it's like Ryan Newman in that 31 ran in there on that 95, and this is where Newman almost looked like he tried to retaliate a little bit.
Jamie?
And during the rain delay, I talked to Joey, and he said, when you're restarting in the back, somebody's going to wreck, and I can't be there. So he said, I'm going to do all I can to get up front, because once we get there, we believe we have a car that can compete with the 78 and the 4. We can win tonight. We just need enough time to get up to the front.
Well, he has gained 12 positions since the restart. Currently runs an 18.
Trouble off
Turn 4, 2 cars together, one sliding through the infield, and that is David Reagan in the 55. Caution is out.
Not sure what to, it looked like David Reagan just ran into the back of someone. He's not going to go anywhere, I can tell you. He's stuck in the mud.
Well, that's not the caution David Reagan wanted to see, but all those drivers that took the wave around, that's exactly what they were looking for.
Is this guy the same as this guy? I mean,
yes. Yes, he is.
He's going to have to get a tow out of there.
Now, David Reagan is now the full-time driver for Michael Waltrip Racing in the number 55. The ride is his for the balance of 2015.
But I think when we take a look at this, I'm not sure if there's someone, he ran into someone. We'll see if we can get a look at it. David was coming off the corner with a head of steam. See him back there, and he got into that white car, I mean, hard.
Yeah, that looked like Josh Wise in the 98.
I don't know if Wise had to get out of the gas. I'm not sure what happened, but David just got closed on him so quick and ran right into the back of him. Yeah, that's, you can see on the back of the 98 there where he got into him. I'm not sure if the 98 had to lift. Because we don't have a great look at it, I just saw how quickly David got into the back of that 98. That's going to be hard to get out of there.
Pit road is open, and she's going to be pretty busy.
Chris?
Well, Kyle Larson was one of the quickest cars on the racetrack prior to that rain we had. Right now, running at the front. He said the car's a little bit loose. The team going to go with 4 tires. Matt?
Tight to start, but the run began to get freer and freer for Kurt Busch in the 41. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. Right side tires to Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick said, we are loose again. He wants right sides only. The 78, Martin Truex Jr., they said, we're in our fuel window. Let's take rights. Once again, they still have not made an adjustment on this race car tonight, and it looks like he will maintain the lead.
Thanks, Jamie. Actually, there were several drivers who did not pit. We'll review those when we come back. Tony Stewart, as we discussed earlier, does get the free pass as David Reagan slides through the tri-oval. Welcome back to Kansas. Fox NASCAR coverage of the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. Brad Keselowski, Carl Edwards, and Denny Hamlin chose not to pit on this caution, so they are the leaders of the race. Martin Truex, the first car off pit road, will line up fourth for the restart. Then Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Casey Kane. Now Ryan Newman is back in 25th place. He is not happy as you see repairs going on David Reagan's car. There's what Newman said.
Go punch a 95 and slaughter the mouth. I was getting ready to already. Tell him to get the hell out of the way.
And here's why Newman was upset. Michael McDowell was 2 laps down in the 95 in front of Newman here.
Well, Newman's got his hands full. Logano's coming. You see Allmendinger down the bottom, and Newman's trying to hold these guys off. Michael McDowell's up there in the way, in his opinion, and he didn't like it. Not real sure that McDowell had a lot of options there, of places to go with 3 cars on his back bumper.
Newman was trying to stay on the lead lap, and of course the caution flag erased all that. Looks like Cole Witt got into the wall, and that may have caused Josh Wise to lift, and then the accordion effect ended up with David Reagan going around and into the infield grass. 123 laps complete. Let's have a look at our Toyota top performers. Carl Edwards and Denny Hamlin did not stop under this caution. Then Matt Kenseth, Eric Jones, and Clint Boyer.
You know what's interesting about Carl Edwards and Denny Hamlin staying out? They were actually sliding backwards after that restart. So it'll be interesting to see now that they've got some track position what they've got up there.
They may be thinking the same thing that Tony Stewart was thinking of. I don't want to get back there in amongst where the trouble can be. Tony Stewart was staying out, I think, and not taking the wave around because he had 4 tires. Maybe he'd get a caution. He did. He got the lucky dog, and now he's back on the lead lap. So everything's working out pretty good for everybody, really.
Yeah, Stewart got the free pass on this, the 4th caution flag of the night. They were about to go 1 to go, waved it off because track truck's still working down in turn 1 and in the back straightaway. A last little bit of sweep up. So this means that Keselowski, Edwards, and Hamlin will have 23 more laps on their tires than the rest of the lead lap drivers. Now the NASCAR Sprint All-Star Race right around the corner here on Fox Sports 1. Once again, fans have the power to vote 1 driver in the field. It doesn't have to be Martin Truex, okay? But our director, Artie Kempner, thinks it should be, so that's why you're looking at him. Go to NASCAR.com/SprintFanVote or go to the NASCAR mobile app. You can vote and you can enter to win a trip for 2 to the chase race of your choice. Getting ready for the restart. By staying out and not pitting, Brad Keselowski picked up 4 spots from 5th to 1st. Carl Edwards and Denny Hamlin gained 13 spots each, 12 spots each to 2nd and 3rd.
That's some interesting strategy right here.
Well, and one thing with all those cautions they ran, actually Brad Keselowski, Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, it's about 12 green flag laps on their tires versus the competition.
Well, let's see how it sorts out. Martin Truex first off pit road. He's 4th. Harvick and Busch, Kane and Kenseth. Johnson, McMurray, the top 10. 32 cars on the lead lap as we go back to green.
Not shy about getting down on that apron. I know that, and going 3 wide down here in the middle of 1 and 2.
Woo-hoo. Logano way up high, marching along.
He is going somewhere, baby.
Trying to regain all that lost ground. Eric Jones lost a couple spots. Carl Edwards has not been good on the restarts.
No, he was really bad right there. I think they all got 3 wide there and got him loose. That was almost disaster.
And back goes the number 19. Casey Kane to the bottom with Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, they came through there that time 4 wide down the front straightaway. We talked about restarts before the green flag earlier today.
I think they're still racing like it's going to rain. The boys, we got to run the whole race. Look at them go into turn 3 right there. I mean, that's a wad. 3, 4 wide, bouncing off each other.
139 laps to go, and they're racing like it's a green-white checker.
I mean, you don't see 3 wide on a 1.5 miles very often.
Wow.
And 4 wide hardly ever. But look at these guys.
And Joey Logano keeps marching forward on the high side. He restarted 20th. He's gained 9 spots in 2 laps.
You know, trouble off of 2 over there. Trouble.
Kenseth.
Hang on to her.
Caution.
We just spun on the backstretch. No contact. No contact.
Tony Stewart got in the wall. The 34 car of Moffitt got into the back of Tony, knocked him up in the wall.
Stewart had just gotten back on the lead lap.
Well, I know who was glad to see that caution was Matt Kenseth's teammate Carl Edwards. He had slid back to 24th in those couple of laps.
Yeah, I didn't like that strategy.
Watch the yellow car on the inside, Kenseth. He's in 9th place, and it gets away from him.
See, way back here, he's going around, and he just lost it. And then you're going to see Moffitt get into the back of Tony Stewart and knock him into the wall, trying to slow down.
Logano shoots by on the outside. Everybody goes to the high side. Here comes Stewart, top of your screen, and they all accordion together.
Right there.
Well, Tony had nowhere to go because that black car, Matt DiBenedetto, had backed way out of it. Stewart had to hit the brakes, and the 34, Brett Moffitt, gets into the back of Stewart.
Yeah, just kind of an accordion effect right there, and he got pretty good damage, too.
Couldn't go to the inside. Danica was right there.
No, they were all bottled up, and I'm sure Tony maybe was trying to slow down a little bit. Moffitt just didn't slow down quick enough. Pushed him up in the wall, and he's got significant right rear damage.
Looks like DiBenedetto, coming off his best career finish at Talladega, will be the free pass car on this, the 5th caution flag of the night.
Pit road is open, and as anticipated, Carl Edwards had to come to pit road. He was glad to see that caution.
Needs some relief. Yeah, that 14 hit that wall hard over there.
Matt Kenseth said on the radio the tire just let go, no warning. It just went. So Matt Kenseth goes from the top 10 down to about 30th. And we're under caution once again in Kansas.
Live from Kansas Speedway, time now for the Fox and FS1 NASCAR mid-race report. Brad Keselowski, your leader. 7 different leaders so far. Martin Truex Jr. has led the most laps tonight, more than he's led all season coming into the race. Rain creating a delay of more than 2 hours, and this is the 4th race of the year that has been plagued by bad weather. Darrell Waltrip, who are you keeping an eye on?
Look, my guy doesn't need any more points. He needs wins. That Cole Pern led Furniture Row Chevrolet number 78 Martin Truex to victory circle tonight.
Darrell, if he does that, he's going to have to beat my man, Casey Kane. Did you see him at the break? He was fresh, rested, ready. Kane's going to be strong.
Michael, Kevin Harvick, the last 6 races at a 1.5 mile track, he has finished first or second. If he wants that number to be first, they better make some adjustments to beat that 78.
Well, Joey Logano was the pole sitter, led a handful of laps, and then they had a penalty. He restarted 21st. He's already up to 10th. He said he's having fun, and he said he has a car capable of winning.
Of the 3 drivers who call Kansas their home track, Jamie McMurray's having the best night. He's 8th.
Kyle Larson, his 50th Cup race, searching for his first win, running in the top 10. Dale Earnhardt Jr. hoping for back-to-back wins for the first time in his career, currently running 7th. Let's head back upstairs. That's the mid-race report here on Fox Sports 1. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. 33 lead lap cars as the pace car, Toyota Camry, dives in. Brad Keselowski on the outside of Martin Truex. Ford versus Chevy. Keselowski gets a car length jump, and here we go.
Boy, he did. Big jump. Harvick went down on the apron. And once again, these restarts are chaotic. They're pretty much insane. These guys go crazy on these restarts. Look at these cars.
Hamlin up the outside behind Kurt Busch, and here comes Larson.
Oh, yeah.
He is way up rim riding once again around Denny Hamlin and into 5th.
Yeah, he got 2 with one pass there. He got Denny Hamlin and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88. Darrell, it just appears Brad Keselowski and that 2, they just needed that clean air. They needed to be out front. I think they were just a little bit off when they were back in traffic, but seemed to be spot on out there leading the race.
Yeah, they do a nice job of adjusting that car to the conditions. Right now the track's a little different. They've made some good changes, leading the race.
Joey Logano's flying. He's picked up 1 spot to 8th. Couldn't go any further because Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Denny Hamlin were side by side right in front of him. But keep an eye on that Penske Ford working its way back up toward where he started this race, which was first.
Yeah, like Kyle Larson, he's using that high line and able to really just take advantage of that high line where nobody's running but a couple of cars. Kyle Larson and Joey Logano are the 2. Look at him. Look at the speed he just picks up by using that high line and that acceleration off the turn.
Yeah, it just carries all the way down that back straightaway.
Wider radius, more banking at the top of the racetrack.
Yeah, you make the track bigger, you get in the gas quicker, you just carry more speed.
3 of the Hendrick Chevrolets running together. Second time tonight we've seen that. Matt?
Mike, under the last caution, Chad Knaus was telling Jimmy Johnson that if he moved up to about the 60 to 70% mark, that is where the 42 of Larson made so much track position up the last run. So Jimmy has started to migrate up a little bit.
Thanks, Matt. He's 10th. Brad Keselowski's pulling out quite a lead. He's got a second on Martin Truex. But remember, as Larry pointed out, he has about a dozen more green flag laps on his tires than the cars he's racing against as we watch this battle for ninth.
28.53 is Keselowski's fast lap. That's about 4/10 quicker than what we saw before the rain. So the track has got an incredible amount of speed in it and grip.
Jeff Gordon whips past Jamie McMurray. And let's review the last time our top 5 were on pit road.
Yeah, and by being on pit road at lap 98, Brad Keselowski should have to pit somewhere between 145 and 150. But with the 22 caution laps, remember 2-1, he can go another 11 laps beyond that. So probably somewhere around lap 155 will the two have to make their green flag stop.
Fourth place, Kyle Larson working over Kurt Busch. Chris?
Well, Mike, talking to crew chief Chris Heroy before the race, he said he had to put kind of a mystery setup in that car today because yesterday it just wasn't doing what he wanted. He said, boy, if it doesn't work tonight, we're going to go to the back. But obviously everything is working right now because Kyle Larson can run the top and the bottom.
Not often we see him on the bottom, Darrell.
No, not really, but the car is working really well for him. You see here, almost was able to pass Kyle Busch on the outside, or Kurt Busch on the outside right there, but he obviously has more speed up high, but the car does look pretty decent even on the bottom line here.
As Dale Earnhardt Jr. closes in, Larson goes back to the bottom.
Yeah, he went to the bottom in 1 and 2, able to make the pass around Kurt Busch, and he's moving on. Dale Jr., his car's a lot better than it was before the rain, because he was in almost at a point where he was going a lap down. Him, Jimmy Johnson, and Jeff Gordon, all three were right in the sights of Martin Truex when that rain came.
Eric Jones, first race in the number 18, working his way back toward the front, and here is Joey Logano back to the inside, moving his Ford past Dale Jr. and up into 6th place. Brad Keselowski with a 1.8 second lead. We listened in.
Hey, higher than me. Harvick was. Truex was even with you. That was the first corner that y'all came off the bottom. Truex still on the bottom. Harvick at 80%. Kurt Busch at 85%. And Logano at 85%. You're running 37 to their 58, 65, 72, and 58.
We talked a lot about driver preference of where they feel the most comfortable running. Brad Keselowski loves to run the bottom, but the last run before the red flag due to the rain, he moved up to where he is now. That's when he started to pick up on the stopwatch, and that's where he's running now, and it's helping.
1.9 seconds is his lead, Matt, over Martin Truex. And Truex is eroding that slightly.
And Mike and Darrell, talking about Brad Keselowski moving the groove around and he'll have to make his green flag stop. I had a conversation this morning with engine builder Doug Yates, and Doug says fuel mileage depends a lot on what groove the driver runs. If he runs the bottom versus the top, because you're running a much longer distance around the top of the racetrack. Yeah. So they have to factor that in.
I think, Larry, you're right. It is a longer distance, but also you're in the gas more. Because you're up high like that and you can get back in the throttle so early, and we see what kind of straightaway speed you're able to generate, it's because you're in the gas a lot more than when you're running the bottom. I think that probably plays into it a little bit too. But you're right, bigger circle, back in the gas, going to use a little bit more.
While his teammate leads, Joey Logano has caught Kurt Busch. This is for 5th place.
Right now, as I look at lap times, two cars that are pretty quick. Keselowski, that last time by, ran a 29.85. Truex ran a 29.77, and Larson was at a 29.74. Those two cars, Larson and Truex, are a little quicker than our leader.
And here's a couple of Hendrick Chevrolet drivers that were about to go a lap down early in the race, and now they're sitting here battling for 10th. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon.
Joey Logano's going to have to look in his mirror. Here comes Earnhardt.
And one thing that's making that top line, that high groove that you see a lot of guys running right now work, it's clean. See, before the rain, a lot of debris, rubber, stuff off the racetrack had pushed itself up to that wall, so you couldn't get all the way up like these guys are now. Now the track's clean, and there's a lot of grip up there, and you can really use it.
A.J. Allmendinger just made a pit stop. Not sure if that was scheduled or early. We'll have to check, as Joey Logano continues to work on Kurt Busch, and we're told that Allmendinger had his grill opening covered with trash, had to come in to have it removed, so that was earlier than scheduled for the 47.
Well, that's bad news, but it's also good news. If you don't come in and get that off, you burn the engine up, you're out of the race, so good call. Good
now
catch.
It's a three-way battle.
Yeah, Junior's right
place.
there. He's fighting with these guys, trying to see who's going to go where here, trying to find an opening.
This time Logano clears Busch. Can he complete the pass? And he does, so it's Logano 5th, and here comes Busch right back after him on the inside.
Yeah, that bottom lane, he made the pass, but he didn't have the momentum. 41 had the momentum off the corner, was able to drive back around him. And this time, Logano stays high. He's got the momentum. He makes the pass.
If you're Joey Logano, is that exciting or aggravating?
Both. Yeah, it's kind of fun. You're kind of setting the guy up and you're working him, trying to figure out how to get around him, and that's fun. That's what a driver enjoys doing. But it's also aggravating that he's holding you up a little bit.
And that's what Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 88's trying to do the same thing here off turn 4. Got that run on the high side. He goes by Kurt Busch in the 41.
Now let's check with Matt and get a nationwide performance update on Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Mike, before we went back to green, Dale Earnhardt Jr. told us just how on edge that 88 car was and the yard sale changes. They made 4 significant and long changes on their pit stop. And then on the last stop, they didn't make any change at all. Junior says it's a little bit edgy to begin with, but he feels like the car is really coming to him. This could be his best shot for a 1.5 mile win since 2005 at Chicago.
But don't get too excited just yet. This track's going to rubber back up, and the changes and the things that guys have made, they may be undoing them before this thing's over with.
Now, Denny Hamlin in 11, you're riding with him in 8th place. He's actually in the same boat as Brad Keselowski, but based on when he pitted under green earlier in the caution laps, I think Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin can go somewhere around lap 161 to 163 before they have to pit.
But again, just remember the track was green, and the car's going to feel really, really good right now. But as it takes rubber and it rubbers back up, you're going to either get too tight or too loose, depending on how your car is balanced.
Riding from Kevin Harvick on the left of your screen, 3rd place, 4 seconds off the lead. And if Brad Keselowski stays off sequence to the rest of these cars, keep in mind that when he and Paul Wolfe won here in 2011, it was a fuel mileage win. They were off cycle of the rest of the field, one on fuel mileage, shutting the car off to save gas. Whatever it takes, right?
I'll never forget, because he kind of got upset about it because they had an in-car camera, but he was actually kicking the car out of gear. He was kicking it out of gear, coasting in the corner. I'd never, ever seen anybody do that, and he was doing it to perfection.
And that 2011 win was his and Paul Wolfe's first of 16 victories together so far.
And if they can go another 3 laps to lap 159, that'll be 108 laps to go. That makes it a one-stop race from there.
4 cars fighting for 7th. Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon.
And after the restarts, after about 8-10 laps, they get strung out a little bit. The possibility of a caution is not nearly as great as it is when they're all bunched up racing 4 wide.
Right. Add Eric Jones to the mix. What a great race we've got going on here with 110 laps to go.
See, I think those crazy restarts are really, Eric Jones is very uncomfortable in that situation because he had never had to deal with that before.
Oh, there's uncomfortable.
Squeeze play.
Talk about thread the needle.
But once they get going, and by the way, he just passed his idol, Jeff Gordon, made a nice move, squeezed between he and the 34 car. And I'm sure Jeff looked at that and say, hey, that kid's pretty good.
Yeah, not only did he pass him, he drove away from him.
You know what else I liked? I heard Carl Edwards say that Eric Jones had been a help to the team this weekend, that his input and things that he told them about the cars helped them with their cars.
Well, this is phenomenal. You just don't hear those kind of things about a driver who's about to start his first ever start in the Sprint Cup Series.
Well, Mike, no one is more impressed with the young man Eric Jones than Kyle Busch. Kyle told me this morning that he told Eric before he came here that you're a natural talent and that you'll do well. He also told him to just start out being in the single groove here at Kansas, but then it'll widen out and then just allow yourself to move around. He also described to him some of the things that you do here as far as the throttle and brake tendencies of this racetrack that are different than some of the other places that he's run this year. He said, just whatever you do, go and have fun and log laps.
Fun? What he's doing here is unbelievable. 3 wide, bottom shot, battling Kurt Busch door handle to door handle, as if they had door handle.
Oh, yeah.
This is fun.
it's almost like bumper cars. You know, he's got them set up, got them right in front of me, 3 wide, just whatever it takes.
Whatever happened to mind your manners and respect your elders?
Hey, we're racing. I'm in a hurry. I got somewhere I got to be.
He's catching drivers that has multiple wins, championships, driving by them, and then driving away.
Look at those M&Ms. I've never seen them smile so big. And you know who's enjoying this? I guarantee you, Kyle Busch is at home enjoying every minute of this. Because this is not one of Kyle's best racetracks, and to see that car run as good as it is, and he knows he found Eric Jones, he put him in a truck, he knows this kid's got talent, and he's displaying it tonight. Kyle, nice job, buddy.
That window I talked about for Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin, it's pretty much open now. If they'll come to pit road now, fill it up with Sunoco race fuel, get 4 fresh Goodyear tires, they can make it on one more stop from here.
Keselowski the leader, Hamlin in 6th.
And there's Brad Keselowski now.
Two red.
And they are the 2 drivers with the contrary strategy, and they are both on pit road. .45 miles an hour. Matt?
And Keselowski, mathematically, it works out to their strategy, like Larry Mack mentioned. Chassis adjustment on the right side, 4-tire change for Brad. Balance decent on the 2, a little bit longer in the box to pack the cell full, and he's away. Meanwhile, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, he was tight earlier. He also on the same cycle as the 2, service complete for Denny.
4-tire change for Hamlin. That cycles Martin Truex Jr. back to the lead. Truex has been out front for 63 laps. That's the most that anybody has led tonight. 103 to go in the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. With the pit window open, Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch have just completed green flag stops, putting them on a 1-stop race to the finish as Busch exits. And they give up their positions. There's Martin Truex, your leader, right down against the apron. Back up next to Trevor Bayne, working the low side. 98 to go.
Well, one thing the 78 has to be aware of and cautious of. They have not made a change on that car all night long. They've said that time and time again. But we're going to go to the pit and talk to Jamie about the 4 car. Jamie.
Yes, DW, he came during that commercial break. He said this car is so loose all over the racetrack. He told Rodney, anything and everything you've done to this car has not helped it. So they pulled a packer out of that right right front, and they put 4 tires on it, hoping that'll help the car turn better and tighten them up.
Well, and we heard Clint Boyer during the red flag. They have little shims in the front shocks, and they can pull one of those out. It gets the front of the car down, which gets that splitter closer to the racetrack that helps the grip of the front tires.
Okay. Sam Hornish has made a stop. New crew chief Kevin Mannion, who just joined the team about 3 hours before that car left in the transporter for Kansas this week.
Yeah, my
Calling the
point,
shots for Hornish.
My point about the 78 was I remember Truex a couple years ago here lost a race because they didn't keep up with the racetrack. Now this track's going to change a little bit, and that car's been perfect all night long. But don't go to sleep here. Don't underestimate the competition. Stay up on your changes and be sure you got what it takes at the end of the race.
Michael McDowell and Greg Biffle, both a lap or more down, have made their stops. And
Mike, over the next 5 laps, I think we'll see all the leaders on pit road because they all pitted at lap 121. They've had about 11 cautions to work with, so that puts them somewhere around lap 174 to 176 coming to pit road.
Joey Logano continues his march to the front, 4th place. Jeb Burton came into his pit and nobody came over the wall. That's interesting. He goes to the garage.
Yeah, he's going behind the wall. Something wrong with the car.
Comes Joey Logano, followed by Jimmy Johnson on the pit road, scheduled green flag stops.
Casey Kane in as well, and that should bring just about everybody. Chris?
And Casey Kane was running in the top 5 prior to the rains coming, but since the track has changed so much, he's saying the 5 car just doesn't have the grip it did before. Matt.
Jimmy Johnson is in, telling Chad Knaus that he's just way too free to run up high. He had made a lot of adjustments on the track bar adjustment during that run. Air pressure change on the 48. Jamie.
Joey Logano has been on a tear since that last restart. They wiped the grill, 4-tire stop, air pressure adjustment just in the front tires. Let's go back to you, Matt.
And the 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in, going to work on the right side. Jr. made huge gains that run. He hit pit road in the 3rd position. Solid stop so far for Jr. Chris?
Well, Jamie McMurray is still having trouble entering the corner with his car all night long, just saying, I can't be aggressive on entry. The back end's just getting away from me.
Jeff Gordon stopped finishing up as the race leader. Martin Truex comes down pit road. Chris.
And Kyle Larson, a great run to the front here. One of the quickest cars on the racetrack. He's saying the 42, a little bit too loose. Jamie.
And Martin Truex Jr. saying he is loose too, but nothing has been serious tonight. Just a little loose. No chassis adjustments, air pressure once again, and they'll fill him up, Matt.
18-year-old Eric Jones continues to impress in the 18 car. He said the car was getting freer as he went during that run. And the 27 of Paul Menard is in. Meanwhile, the 43 of Eric Almirola. Almirola earlier in the race had debris on the grill. The car was hot. It also made the car way too free.
Carl Edwards picks up the lead in the number 19. This will leave Justin Allgaier, Ricky Stenhouse, Danica Patrick, and Trevor Bayne as the drivers who have not yet made their stops.
But remember, Carl Edwards had pitted back on lap 131, so he can go about another 8 to 10 laps.
That could be huge. You get these cars coming out of the pits with 4 tires on, running up on cars that are not going as fast, could be trouble for somebody.
So now these two battle for 14th, Logano and Earnhardt. Now make that 12th as pit stop cycle continues. Eric Jones back out on track now. He is 14th, Johnson 15th, and there's Carl Edwards, the leader, right behind them.
Well, we have a good 5 or 6 drivers that are up inside the top 10 that will come to pit road directly.
One of those is Danica Patrick, getting her 4 tires.
You could see right there the difference in those 4 fresh tires versus tires that have close to 50 laps on them.
See, it's times like these when I think it really shows the intelligence of an Eric Jones. You don't panic. You know, somebody goes by you, You don't drive harder and wreck. You don't drive harder and make some mistake. You just keep running your own race.
Big cluster in the back straightaway. Danica Patrick was trying to get up to speed, and here came everybody. She had just come out of the pits in the number 10.
That's when you just hope you hold your line. That's what you hope for.
And she did. She comes up to blend in.
Oh, man, look at Hamlin. He's all over the place.
Yeah, that stacked him up a little bit right there. Look at Eric Jones. He just turned it left, went to the bottom of the racetrack, followed Jimmy Johnson right on through there.
You're on a 1.5-mile track and you're wondering where to go. Who do you follow? Jimmy Johnson.
Not a bad one to follow.
That's his mom. I could tell by the interview that they did with Eric and his mom earlier, and Happy Mother's Day, Mom, and all the moms. You could tell that he was brought up right. That he listened to what Mama said.
Yeah,
Mama said.
Now, prior to pit stops, Brad Keselowski had a 2-second lead over Martin Truex. And right now, those two are about 2.8 apart, but they are second and third because Carl Edwards, who's on a different pit stop cycle, is your race leader. 85 laps to go in Kansas. You're watching Fox NASCAR coverage. Kansan Clint Boyer has a big spin in turn number 3, putting us under the 6th caution flag of the night.
A couple of things happened here. I'm not sure. I thought I heard the spotter tell Clint he was clear. Obviously, he came down in front of Ricky Stenhouse, but I want you to watch Clint Boyer. We're going to get a shot of his hands here through the windshield in a sec when he gets turned around. But let's listen to him.
All clear right with you there. All clear right with you. You pop there. Get her over when you can. you. Get it rolling. Nobody's going to hit you. You can back her down the hill there if you need to. Get it rolling. You ain't going to lose another lap. Just get it rolling.
Now remember, they're doing about 108, but watch his hand right in. Watch him in there. Work that wheel. Watch the rear tires. In the gas. And then Stenhouse does a great job of just kind of shoving him out of his way so he doesn't get to make it any worse. You see the wheels stop, they're going backwards. Now watch, he'll turn the car around, probably caught third gear here possibly, and then he gasses this thing back up, keep it off the wall, rear tire spinning again. Now, never gave up on it.
Now when that thing's rolling backwards, if he doesn't have the clutch in, does that risk damage to the engine?
He may have had the clutch in so he could catch a gear. These guys are pretty good about doing that these days.
All right, pit road is open. This was a big break for Carl Edwards as well as Matt DiBenedetto and Mike Lynette, because that was 3 drivers running in the top 11 that had not made their green flag pit stop. I think we had a mistake made by the 22 car, pitted Jamie when pit road was still closed.
That's exactly right, Larry Mack. I just ran down here. They wanted to pit in this sequence, but Joey didn't realize pit road wasn't open yet. He was 6th at the time, and they came on down. Trouble.
Yep, back to the rear.
That's another mistake. That's 2 that they've had, and you can't have that many mistakes in a 400-mile race with the competition like this.
No, and if you expect to win, you can. I mean, that's just that's uncalled for.
Carl Edwards first off pit road of those who pitted. Sam Hornish will get the free pass on this 6th caution flag of the night.
Larry, there's so many things like that to happen. You have to pay attention. The crew chief, the driver, the spotter, everybody, you got to pay attention. You got to know what your circumstances are. I like what Michael said last week, situational awareness. And there's a situation where you were not aware.
No apparent real damage to Clint's car. And let's have a look at Joey Logano's approach to pit road.
You see the red light still on right there, which means pit road is closed. And you're going to see Joey, I mean, it's sitting there blinking. And that's also a little bit on the spotter's shoulders.
Oh, yeah. Everybody.
Sorry, man. I thought it was open. I heard the number. I thought we were coming.
Well, he'll restart at the back and blast his way to the front.
Well,
for the 3rd time tonight.
He's fun to watch coming from the back.
Absolutely. Now, Ricky Stenhouse is a lap down after being caught up in that incident with Clint Boyer. There's Michael McDowell getting his stop, and Boyer. The signboard waving for Sam Hornish, who, as the free pass car, has to pit with the cars that are a lap or more down, and then he'll be waved around and make that lap up with 1 to go.
And we've had several drivers that got trapped a lap down because Carl Edwards had not pitted. They've stayed out behind the pace car, and they'll, like earlier, take that wave around.
Let's have a look at our SpongeBob race summary. Martin Truex Jr. is the leader at 188 of 267 laps. 22 cars on the lead lap right now. 8 leaders, 11 lead changes, 6 cautions for 35 laps. And Martin Truex Jr. tonight has led more laps than in his previous 10 races.
Mike, he only had 1 top 5 finish total in 2014. It was here in the fall, but that was his only top 5.
And he only led 1 lap all year last year.
Guys, he came in here last year 26th in the points. 26th. Right now he's 2nd in the points and could point his way into the chase. That's how far ahead of 16th that he is.
Cole Pearn, the 2nd Canadian crew chief at the top level of NASCAR.
Tonight he could get to a point he doesn't have to worry about pointing his way in. He don't have to worry about that fan vote either.
I'm sure that's, you got to know, they came here with a brand new car. You know they came here loaded for bear. They came here to win this race. They've been at the top of the board every day, or every session.
Win and you're in the Sprint All-Star race, and you're in the chase for the Sprint Cup. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and your old phone, and they'll slash your rate plan at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. So Joey Logano's had his trouble, and Brad Keselowski had been on kind of a contrary strategy to everybody else. Not anymore, Matt.
Mike, before the caution came out, the gap between Keselowski and the 78 of Truex was closing. Why? Because there was bear bond from another car had found its way to Brad's grill. The water temperature climbed to over 280 degrees. The car was free, so luckily it came out when it did. He was able to pit. They've tightened the car up, cleaned the grill, and now he still has a shot for his first win here at Kansas in a couple years.
He will restart 6th behind Truex and Larson, Jones and Gordon, Edwards and Keselowski, Harvick and Johnson, Logano and Earnhardt are your top 10. Green flag.
Darrell, will it be interesting? Eric Jones, for the first time, is not going to be marred back in traffic on a restart in that 18 car.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit more comfortable up here where he is this time. He's getting a nice restart. That car is fast.
He'll be in traffic in just a second, like now.
Well, maybe. He lost a little time there coming off turn 2, but nothing like being mid-pack where he's been over the last couple of restarts.
Side by side for the lead.
The kid is just being cautious. He's just driving a really smart, cautious race, and he sure doesn't look behind. He don't look back. Well, because they're 3 and 4 wide behind you.
The kid at the front is not being cautious. That's Kyle Larson. He wants the lead.
He's throwing caution to the wind.
Well, he's another one. You know, a win, and everybody wants a win. Whoa! 78 just about pulled him up into the wall right there.
But Martin Truex Jr. runs that high line on the exit of the corner and just rockets down these straightaways.
Yeah, that 78 car all weekend long has just been superior.
Keselowski, Earnhardt battling for 8th. And we're enjoying the Jolo show. Joey has already gained 6 spots on this restart.
Yeah, you watch him coming around. He's coming off turn 2 right now. He passed about 10 cars in that one corner, and he's just using that high line to his advantage. Goes by the 40 here. Nobody on the bottom, so I'll just go the bottom. He just goes where they're not.
Jimmy Johnson pulling up on Kevin Harvick, following Eric Jones in his first Sprint Cup start. Up to the high side, 3 wide.
Well, that's some tight racing right there.
Rost of rookies against the 2 masters of the 1.5 miles. Right now, your top 5, Truex, Larson, Gordon, Edwards, and Jones. None of them have been to victory lane this year.
2 of them never been to victory lane in a Sprint Cup Series race. In fact, one of them's making his first Sprint Cup Series start tonight.
Well, Greg Ives got his first Sprint Cup win last week with Dale Jr. Maybe old Cole Pern could slip in there and get his tonight. I'm going to Victory Circle if they do, I'm telling you.
You dadgum right you are. I'm taking you down there.
Go down there.
You remember the last driver to finish top 5 in his first? Whoa, Jones
no.
Around and in the wall.
Oh, man.
Get up there.
That stinks.
And I'm coming bottom here. Right front, guys. Right side's KO'd.
What the heck?
Sorry, guys. Just lost it. That's all right, man. When you can get it fired up.
See him up high. You see Kevin Harvick go by on the inside. Jimmy Johnson closing. Oh, but he just spins the thing out. It just lost control right there. The thing jumped out from under him. Quick turn back into the wall.
All right, let's ride with Jimmy Johnson.
Just that quick. I mean, in the blink of an eye, that car was going, and then all of a sudden it just jumps out from under him, and of course it just turns and goes right back in the wall. Actually, a really good job by Johnson just to stay out of it, not get into him. That's a shame.
But what an impressive debut for 18-year-old Eric Jones.
Doing everything right.
His mom, Carol, looking on.
You know, she's just got to be heartbroken. So much hope, so much expectation on their part, not necessarily on the kid's part.
They'll all know he was here. He had a great run going. Until this happens with 71 laps to go.
Now the pits will be open. It still does not put us into a window. We're still shy of that. And nobody has a lot of laps on their tires. I think we're going to see the majority of the leaders stay out.
Now,
Right here.
Eric Jones is still on the lead lap. If they can get that car fixed, get it back out.
That car's going to have a lot of damage. It hit the wall hard with the right side.
But let's not call the night over for him just yet.
Well, okay.
I'm an optimist.
I'll be
okay?
optimistic with you, but I just don't think that's going to work.
No, he's going to turn it into the garage.
Yeah, I mean, he hit that wall hard.
Well, it looks like Joey Logano is going to hit pit road in a 22 car, and all those drivers that got back on the lead lap by taking the wave around, like Matt Kenseth in the 20.
A.J. Allmendinger gets the free pass under this 7th caution flag of the night. And let's check in at the Hollywood Hotel.
Time for a KFC race break. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers watching the race along with you. A quick recap. I know some disappointment with young Eric Jones, but it's been an interesting afternoon, evening here in Kansas. Martin Truex Jr., who has the lead at the moment on lap 57, took the lead from Kevin Harvick. Harvick getting a little loose. He had led 7 laps prior. Pole sitter Joey Logano. This was the first of his 2 pit road penalties after he had led from the pole early. We had the red flag out. 2 hours, 15 minutes with rain. When they got back to racing, Matt Kenseth with a tire problem spinning out. Tony Stewart also getting hit from behind in that mix-up. And moments ago, the great save from Clint Boyer.
Yeah, he dove down in the corner, and Stenhouse dove in a little deeper. They made contact. Clint did an amazing job not wrecking that car, but he's having a tough night.
And then second pit road penalty for Joey Logano, and that they got a fast car, but these penalties put him in a hole having to make up room. And then moments ago, bringing out the 7th caution, 18-year-old Eric Jones in the 18.
And Chris, this is just how close to the edge of the control these guys are running. It looks like they're perfectly comfortable in those cars, but they are driving their rear ends off, and that one just jumped out from underneath of Jones.
And damage to that car, 8 liters, 11 different lead changes. And headed behind the wall. Very, very disappointing. Well, let's look forward. You know, restarts, so dramatic, so important. Wow. Drivers have the place to choose, but they also have to be aware of who's behind them and who's around them.
I'm like my brother. I'm amazed. These guys are going 3 and 4 wide, and it's so hard to figure out which way to go, what lane to get in. If you're in the first couple of rows, that's okay. But, man, 10, 12, 15th place, those guys are racing their butts off.
One guy we haven't seen lead yet, he's been as high as 2nd, as far back as 40th. We just saw him get around that little maneuver, is Jimmy Johnson, the king of a mile and a half. And right now he's currently 6th, right behind Harvick and in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, and he's just gotten that car better and better. And you saw during that last run there, he's able to race up with the great race cars tonight. So look for Jimmy to really be a factor. We've seen him close lately. Remember Atlanta, he just took that thing to the finish. Look for him to have a shot to do that tonight.
You know, when you asked during the rain delay, Denny Hamlin, can Toyotas win? They've won on the short track. Can they win on a mile and a half? He said yes, but we have to be perfect. There's little margin for error. And Carl Edwards trying to get his first win of the year, and his first win here is running 4th.
And you see that car is running well, but Eric Jones is running well as well in his Toyota, but right on the edge of control, evidently. Denny said the cars have to be perfect, and I don't know if you can win when that's the case.
Matt Yoakum is standing by with Eric Jones.
Such an impressive debut for Eric Jones. What are you going to take away from tonight the most, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot, you know, about racing up front and racing these guys, but it's definitely nice to be as fast as we were. We had a great M&M's Camry, but, you know, just got loose off 4 and lost it. So all my fault. I guess I got to go back and figure it out. But, you know, we had a good night before that. It's nothing to take away from it, so I'm ready to do another one. I hope we get another shot at it.
Chris?
Thank you very much. That has been the KFC race break. Let's head back upstairs to Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
Yeah, what Eric referred to, this is a one-race deal for him to drive here at Kansas. One race, and then we'll see what happens. I'm a fan of this sport. I have been ever since I was a boy. I'm not easily impressed, but boy, tonight, that young man, he was the show.
Oh, he will get another shot. We know that. There's no question about that. But what a great look. He did it all tonight. He ran up front, just like he said, got that experience, those restarts, and how chaotic they could be. He also learned a valuable lesson. You can't let your guard down. You got to stay up on that wheel all the time. The thing snapped out from under him, and he just wasn't prepared for it.
He absolutely has nothing to hang his head about whatsoever.
We're going green. Martin Truex, Kyle Larson, a pair of Chevrolets on the front row. Larson in white, Truex in black. Jeff Gordon, third place is as high as he has been tonight. He'll restart next to Carl Edwards. Kevin Harvick and Jimmy Johnson. That'll be your third row. Earnhardt and Keselowski, Busch and Hamlin are the top 10 with Allmendinger, 22 lead lap cars, 67 laps to go. Green flag. A big muddle in the middle. Somebody didn't get a great restart there, and things really stacked up from about 5th on back. Wow, 4 wide right there. Contact.
Not for
Hornish got into, I think, Hamlin.
I don't know how they make it. There's just, these guys are, I mean, they're on the edge of disaster, and they keep making it.
Hornish got into Hamlin, and that may have caused some trouble for the number 11.
Yeah, it looks like he's slowed way down, like he maybe got it in the wall. But good grief, they went through here again. Look at this into turn 1.
4 wide. 4 wide in the back, and for the lead, here comes Truex around the outside of Kyle Larson.
But Kyle Larson, he is not going to go down easy. I watched him the last time off 2, and he drove that thing down the back straightaway into turn 3, and now he moves up to the wall.
He's got no choice. He's got a bunch of hungry hounds on his tail right now, and he better get going.
Still one more pit stop to come. And again, they're racing like it's green-white checker with 65 to go.
I mean, they use the apron here, just like it's a part of the racetrack. I don't even know why we call it an apron, because there've been more passes down on that apron down this front straightaway than just about anywhere.
And another great comeback for the 22. Joey Logano has raced back to front again, up to 8th place now. Denny Hamlin pits with damage as Martin Truex tries to hold off Kyle Larson, and Jeff Gordon begins to close in.
And that's amazing with Jeff Gordon. I mean, Jeff Gordon was about to go a lap down before the rain, and here they've made the right, and he didn't like his car. He said the car was not any good, and they've adjusted on it, and here he is running 3rd. But that Larson kid, he wants to win this race bad. I tell you, he and Truex are 2 of the guys that are really going to battle it out, looks to me like. They want to win this race, be in the all-star race, and get in the chase.
Let's go ride with Denny Hamlin and see the contact.
9, gonna try to get you 3 wide now. Middle 3, mirror. 3.
There's Hornish, and there it is.
Clear high, 1 down low. 3 wide, 3 wide.
Joey
3
Logano
wide,
was
3
right
wide.
behind that. Let's ride with Joey.
Bottom. Still down there.
Well, Dale Jr. moved Hamlin up into Hornish.
Everybody, they just ran out of room. Hornish is coming by on the outside, ran out of room.
You know, there's not a driver in this field that don't want to win this race, but when I look at our top 3 right now, can you imagine how bad those 3 drivers want to win that race? Martin Truex Jr., 111 races since he's won a race. Kyle Larson never won, and Jeff Gordon still winless in 2015, and now Gordon's going after Larson.
Well, as the laps wind down, some of these guys seem to really turn up the wick. They seem to always save a little bit of something, and Jeff Gordon is one of those guys, right, Jamie?
That's right. On lap 121, Jeff Gordon said he just could not figure out 3 and 4. He was so loose, wrecking loose. Well, they've adjusted on it. The last round of stops, they made a wedge adjustment. With these cooler temperatures, this 24 car has come alive.
Well, I saw him do this, the same thing to Kevin Harvick here last year. Harvick led the race, had the car to win, thought he would win, but Jeff got ahead of him on the last pit stop and won the race.
5th place. Jimmy Johnson passes Brad Keselowski, and that puts an all Chevrolet top 5, and Denny Hamlin, after stopping for tires, getting back on track 2 laps down, crashes in turn 1. Carl Edwards is the only Joe Gibbs car left that has not had trouble tonight.
Well, Kansas has had trouble, but he is in 10th place.
Yep. See what happens to Denny Hamlin to bring out caution flag number 8.
Remember, he was had some damage to the car from earlier. Yeah, he just probably a tire situation, because the car just turned sideways in the tri-oval right here.
Now, they had just put tires on it after the dust up with Sam Hornish.
Maybe had a tire rub, I'm not sure, but that definitely looked like something broke on the car. And you see there, it's just a straight up the hill in the wall. That's usually an indication of a tire. Man, that thing is evil.
Killed that car. Oh, the whole right front. It must have broke a ball joint or something. That
Yeah,
thing,
there's your problem. You see how it's all leaned in right there? She broke something.
Now the pits are open. It never fails. We're just outside of that fuel window, but I think there's some drivers like Brad Keselowski in that too. If they come to pit road and get it packed with Sunoco race fuel, I think they could go to the end.
Well, if I thought that was going to win the race for me, but I'm just not sure we're not going to have another couple of cautions.
But here they all come.
Chris?
Well, Kyle Larson right in the thick of things at the front, saying the car still just a little bit looser. They're going to try and tighten it up on this run here. Looks like we're just going to do 2 tires here. Jamie.
And Jeff Gordon, we just talked about how much better his car has been. He's still saying he's not too comfortable running down low. They're going to add tape to the grill. Right sides was the call. Martin Truex Jr. Car is good. Pack it full. They are going to be a few laps short. Right sides only. Kevin Harvick, Rodney Childers telling him about 6 laps short. At this point, save as much fuel as you can starting right now. And it's the 42.
That's your Advanced Auto Parts race off pit road with Kyle Larson gaining a spot, Kevin Harvick gaining 2, Paul Menard picking up 9 places, Martin Truex backing up.
The 78 set there, they packed that thing full. That's what took a little bit longer.
All right, having a look at Jeff Gordon's stop under caution with 58 laps to go in Kansas. "15 cars take the wave around as seen from our aerial coverage from Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR." Matt, what's the strategy for Keselowski?
Engineer Brian Wilson and Paul Wolf working over the numbers. So are you good to the finish, or are you still a tick short?
I think we're probably just a little bit short still. These cautions here are helping us, might get us in our window, but I think we're in as good a situation as anybody. Guys at Roush Yates work hard on these engines, and I feel like we're in as good a shape as anybody. So we'll just have to see what happens here to the end.
Mike?
Green flag as Greg Ives has told his driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., they are good to go to the end. Hornish doesn't go, and they stack up behind him.
Man, I tell you, Truex, Jimmy Johnson would not give Martin Truex any room, and Truex nerfed him a little bit and got him out of the way. That was close on that restart.
Great shot from the aerial coverage as they're side by side for the lead. Paul Menard lurking and looking as Harvick and Larson battle.
Larson is so tough up on that outside, and he gets that great run off the corner. Really impressed with Martin Truex on that restart, because Jimmy Johnson almost ran him in the grass, but he didn't give. He kept pushing.
I'm looking at that yellow 20 car right there at Matt Kenseth. He was a caution. He had to take the wave around, and he's sitting there in the 6th position right now, battling Jimmy Johnson in the 48.
Well, Coach Gibbs has got his fingers crossed. He got the 19 and the 20 still up there in the hunt.
Martin Truex Jr. lost a few spots on that pit stop. Crew Chief Cole Pearn put it on his shoulders, and he said, I forgot to tell you to go. And that's why they lost a couple of spots, and now they've got to battle back.
Yeah, I thought they were really trying hard to get it packed full of fuel. That's why he sat there a little bit long. But then we heard that Cole said, I just forgot to tell him to go. But what about Paul Menard? I mean, he's coming. Where did he come from?
Well, what happened, Darrell, he pitted on lap 197 when most everyone else stayed out. So what Justin Alexander, his crew chief, did right there was fuel only, get that track position.
And here comes Joey once again, this time around the outside of Ryan Newman, who picked up a lot of spots on that stop and was 12th.
But look at that 22 go through the corner. I mean, he is back in the gas and flying through the corner.
I don't know how many cars you can pass in a 400-mile race, but he has to be pushing toward triple digits.
I'm saying he's at 120. He's at 120 right now.
3rd place, Martin Truex moving past Paul Menard. And Casey Kane and Ryan Newman, did they get into it there?
Yep. Let's see what happened. Newman on the bottom, Casey Kane on the outside, Dale Jr. up high. Well, he did. You know what? That looked like Talladega last week.
Yes.
That air got on that left rear quarter panel, pushed that car around.
Now, Ryan Newman working without his crew chief, Luke Lambert, who lost the final round of that appeal.
Yeah, he and 2 other key members, Todd Parrott, looking after that 31 car.
Whoa! That was close.
Man!
That was too close.
These cars, you know what kind of hand-eye coordination that takes to be able to snap that car back into line like that? Try that at home.
And not overcorrect it and turn it into the wall.
Yeah, I mean, you saw what Eric Jones did. His got like that and he lost it. Jimmy Johnson, he didn't lose his.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., 11th, biggest mover since the restart. He's up 7 spots. Let's go for an nationwide inside ride.
Mike, you hear him working that throttle. I mean, that's all feel. You feel that in the seat of your pants. That car, you can stay in the gas, you feel it move a little bit, do something you can't adjust for or steer into. You got to jump out of that throttle just for a second.
He's trying to close on Joey Logano. They're fighting for 10th place. Meanwhile, Eric Jones has returned to the racetrack. They've repaired his number 18 Camry. So he's back out there while teammate Denny Hamlin is in the garage with Chris Neville.
And Mike, Denny Hamlin running right near the top 10 most of tonight. But Denny, what happened on that second incident?
The second one, I think we blew a left rear tire, but the first one we were middle with the 88, and he came up and ran me into the 9, and we cut a tire. There was no caution there, and then we blew a left rear, and I blew it off of turn 4, spun out, hit the wall at the start-finish line. I keep spinning out, I keep hitting the wall, and I can't figure out why everyone's still coming at 200. And I look and the green light's still on, so they didn't throw a caution until like 7 seconds after I wrecked, and luckily nobody hit us in the door. So, they'll continue to monitor the situation, I'm guessing is what they'll say.
Second week in a row, a Gibbs driver has been upset about the timing of a caution light or appearance of one. Carl Edwards last week, Denny Hamlin this week.
Jimmy Johnson in that 48, he just continues marching forward. He just passes Paul Menard in the 27, goes to 4th place with that 48 car.
Joey Logano, Dale Earnhardt Jr. continue their battle. That's for 10th place. As Kevin Harvick leads Kyle Larson by 0.7 of a second. Martin Truex 2 seconds back in 3rd with 43 laps to go in Kansas. Carl Edwards slowed, made an unscheduled pit stop, and returns to the racetrack. He'll be 2 laps down by the time he gets back up to speed as Kevin Harvick leads for a second by a second and a half. Here we go for second place.
But let me tell you, that 78, he's good on the long run. He's chased down the 42 here of Kyle Larson, and he was going to close the gap on that 4 car of Kevin Harvick if he can get around Larson here.
Now Edwards should get away from them with fresh tires. He pitted because of a vibration.
But Darrell, you're right. The longer that Kyle Larson and Martin Truex Jr. go at each other, which is certainly what they should do, Kevin Harvick in that 4, his lap times are much quicker.
Yeah, Martin needs to clear the 42 here right and now, and there you go. Drive it off in there and put a slide job on it if you got to, but you got to get going because you got to catch Kevin Harvick.
He didn't have to use the 35 as a pit, Cole Witt, but that was the plan if needed. Now, Jeff Gordon was up there battling at 3rd place, but they had a horrible pit stop and restarted 11th, Jamie. He's gained no ground since.
Yes, and the car has gone backwards. After we talked about how good it was in these cool conditions, all they did was add tape and take right side tires. Jeff said he's tight, he's loose, he has nothing else out there. He says he has no rear grip. He's been dealing with the track bar inside, gone down 3 inches. Nothing is helping.
Wow. I thought they had fixed that thing when he was running up there in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but that pit stop really set him back. And I've seen this with Jeff before. When that car gets back in traffic, it just doesn't go anywhere.
No, Darrell, he's 13th, 14 seconds back of the lead right now, as Joey Logano has caught Kurt Busch. They're both about 9.5 back. And this will be for 9th place.
And see, that was one thing that I really was Martin Truex Jr. and Cole Pearn tonight are showing me something. And you know what they're showing me? That was not a great pit stop. They came out in 5th place. Martin Truex could have thrown up his hands and said, well, that's it. We're not going to win this race. But they haven't. They fought back. Cole Pearn's encouraging him to get up on the wheel and go somewhere, and he's going to catch that 4 car.
Yeah, Darrell, now that he's finally cleared Kyle Larson in the 42, he's about 2 to 2.5 tenths quicker than Kevin Harvick.
Jamie?
Well, when we talk about Martin Truex, especially over the last year, we always talk about Sherry Pollux, his longtime girlfriend who has been battling cancer. I talked to Martin before he got in the car, and he said, Sherry is not here. She had a 5K today, and tomorrow is her birthday. And technically, it is tomorrow on the East Coast. So, Sherry, happy birthday from all of us. Martin Truex Jr. wants to win this race so bad so he can go home and celebrate with her tomorrow.
Well, he is driving like a man possessed right now because he is chopping into that lead. He's got the 4 car Kevin Harvick in his sights and closing.
Now just 1.2 seconds back of Harvick. So let's not give this one to the 4 just yet. 31 laps to go. 25 cars on the lead lap all the way back to Matt DiBenedetto. Thanks, Jay. 26 laps to go in the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. Kevin Harvick ahead of Martin Truex Jr. His lead cut now to a 2.5 seconds. Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson, Paul Menard, the top 5. Keselowski, Kenseth, Earnhardt, Busch, and Kane, the top 10. The question is, can you make it all the way without stopping for fuel? Martin Truex.
He thinks he's about a lap short. We're like a lap and a half to 2 laps short. Hey, we are? Yes, sir. We're both short.
Both meaning Truex and the race leader, Kevin Harvick.
Well, Mike, everyone pitted with 58 laps to go. Let's listen to what Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers were talking about their strategy.
Feel like he saved any at all. I think we're good. If you only needed a lap, back to 1.6 again. Save a little bit next couple of laps.
And all of these drivers pitted with 58 laps to go, and there were 3 cautions. So that means they're going to have to go equivalent to about 56 laps. No one other than maybe Brad Keselowski has went that far. I think it's a question on every driver's part. Can they make it to the end?
But if I'm the 78 car, if I'm Martin Truex Jr., I'm going to push. I'm going to be sure that 4 car does not slow down and save fuel. I'm going to make him run as hard as I can make him run, use as much fuel as he can, and see what happens.
Last night here in the Camping World Truck Series, Eric Jones dominated the race, had a 2-second lead at one point, ran out of fuel in the closing stages, handed the race to Matt Crafton.
Like I told you in the halfway report, I got enough points. I need a win. This is when you go for it, buddy.
All right, 3 things to know as we close in on 20 to go. Chris Neville.
Well, Mike, Kyle Larson needs a good finish tonight. He's had 2 finishes outside the top 25 on the 1.5-mile tracks, and tonight he was challenging for the win. But in the last 15 laps, he's saying that car getting so loose he can barely hang on to it. Matt?
Jimmy Johnson, Chris, earlier in the race, he provided the big highlight, dirt tracking it off the corner, a great save. He fell all the way back to 40th, and just like Atlanta, Bristol, and Richmond, where he fell back to 37th, 28th, and 36th, he rallied. He finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Right now, he is hovering in the 4th position. Jamie?
It has been a fun night to watch Joey Logano. If you're a fan of his, oh my gosh, it has been a roller coaster. Started on the pole, led 29 laps, and not 1, but 2 pit road penalties set him back. He has passed 55 cars on the lead lap tonight, and he's not finished. This car has been a rocket ship. He's been able to run high. He's been able to run low. Currently 11. He finished top 5 both races here last year. Watch the 22.
Right now watching the battle for 3rd, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Larson, 4 seconds back of the lead, fighting for 3rd.
You know, one thing, it might work out in Cole Pern's favor. I know he didn't tell Martin Truex to go when he should have, but I know that gas man stayed plugged up to that car the whole time he sat there. That bad call and getting that extra fuel in that car could make the difference.
Danica Patrick stops with 20 to go. Does Kyle Larson have enough fuel to go the distance?
All right, we're all in the same boat. We need to start saving. Do what you can. We just got to hope the guys in front of us screw up. That's our only chance.
It's going to be a little hard to save
Yeah.
when you're racing
Hey.
Jimmy Johnson door handle to door handle right now as Johnson just drives by him, takes over that 3rd position. Jimmy Johnson right now, 4 consecutive top 3 finishes that started with that win at Texas.
Now, Paul Menard has backed off quite a bit. He is the 5th place car, and he falls to 6.5 seconds off the lead, and he was up there contending. I believe he's in fuel conservation mode, trying to get to the finish.
Well, that's pretty smart. Somewhere back there, you got to see, okay, I'm going to save enough fuel to make it. So in case these guys up front do run out, somebody back there is going to save enough to get to the end.
Well, I think Paul Menard, Justin Alexander, they knew they didn't have a car that could get up there and contend with Harvick or Truex or even Jimmy Johnson. So why not? Why don't we go in fuel conservation and see if we can what we can pull out of this?
Well, we're getting more pit stops. Ty Dillon is in. David Gilliland is in. Looks like Casey Mears and more cars are making stops late in the going to make sure they don't run out of gas.
Well, the difference in Harvick and Martin Truex Jr. is Harvick's got to win. So
Yes.
he can run. Hey, if he runs out of gas, big whoop. Martin Truex, on the other hand, he would love to be able to take this win to the house.
Now, Menard has picked up the pace a little bit. He's now not 6.5, but 6 seconds back. And he's right up there to take over fourth spot from Kyle Larson, because now it looks like Larson may have gone into fuel conservation
Well,
mode.
yeah, we heard his team say back off. We can't make it.
Let's have a look at our 5-hour energy move of the race. And it will be Kevin Harvick coming off the last restart under pressure from Paul Menard, battling Kyle Larson and moving into the lead.
And Mike, Larry knows this. Listen, a driver can save a little bit of fuel. A driver cannot squeeze that. He doesn't jump in the throttle. He eases in the throttle. He doesn't use any brake. Lets the car coast. Saw Brad Keselowski win a race here when there was no way he could make it on fuel by coasting off in the corner and staying out of the throttle. You don't burn fuel if you're not pushing that pedal down.
That's an unbelievable stat right there. The 11th race of 2015, Kevin Harvick and his Ford team, they have led now over 1,000 laps.
Well, Larry, I know when they made the rule change, a little less downforce, a little less horsepower, I knew it was going to favor some, hurt some others. And I think it's really favored Kevin Harvick. I think it's favored Jimmy Johnson. And I think it's hurt a few of the other guys.
Tony Stewart coming in for fuel. Not since 1995 has a driver led 1,000 laps in the first 11 races. Jeff Gordon did it then. Kevin Harvick's done it now.
And as we pointed out earlier, he's working on his 8th top 2 finish in the first 11 races.
I've got a lot of pairs of cars battling, like Matt Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr. fighting for 6th. When you're running this close, fighting for position, how do you save fuel?
Well, all I got to do is look at the scoring monitor. Look, just take Logano, for instance. He's running 31 second laps. You go up to the leaders, they're running 30 30s and 30 60s. So Logano has definitely backed it way off.
All right, more pit stops.
Oh, trouble on the track.
Watch it out, safe.
Caution flag number 9 with 12 laps to go.
I think it was Stenhouse. See a lot of damage to that car, and he's been in the wall a couple of times. I've seen him bounce off of it. Bounced off of it pretty good this time.
So now, Larry, we're going to have some caution laps, and will that erase the question about fuel?
Well, it will, especially those that were talking about being a lap or a lap and a half shy. But now I think the question, who wants to come get tires? Because you have a lot of laps on these tires right now, but we also have 18 drivers on the lead lap. And by the time we get this thing restarted, we're probably looking at only 6, 7 at most, 8 laps to go.
What do you think these guys? Look at them.
Now, Michael Annett will get the free pass, so we'll have 19 lead lap cars when we restart. And Harvick, I think he's got that golden horseshoe, because whatever happened to Stenhouse, it was right in front of our race leader.
Yeah, he saw it in time to be able to turn down and get away from it. Good move on his part.
That's that horseshoe that he once accused Jimmy Johnson of hiding.
Oh, yeah. Well, those horseshoes, they come and they go.
That's right.
You'll pass them to someone else.
Well, pit road is opening, so the day of reckoning is just a few feet away. Who's going to hit pit road and get tires, or who's going to stay out?
Somebody's about to make a race-winning decision.
Well, here comes Harvick and Truex, and a lot of others will follow them.
That's going to be the deciding factor. It makes you feel good if you're a crew chief. You're not on pit road by yourself.
Looks like about a third of the lead lap cars stay out, however.
Jimmy Johnson being one of them in that 48 car.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon did not stop. Splash and go for Martin Truex. He's going to be the first one off pit road.
So that means his tires will be equal to the ones that stayed out.
Interesting strategies.
You don't look too sure about that one.
I'm not. I'm worried.
In the time it takes you to get that splash of fuel, could you put tires on the car?
Well, he only needed just a little bit. I mean, he barely got the car stopped, and they topped it off. But gosh, if I was coming to pit road, I think I would at least change 2 tires.
But that's the safest thing to do. What if something happens on the tire change? What if a lug nut gets stuck, or you can't get the tire off? So many things could happen if you do change tires. Get enough fuel, get back out there, roll the dice.
Yeah, because if you come out last, you're going to restart 19th.
Yeah, you could have 8 tires. That wouldn't make any difference.
Right.
But we had 4 drivers that, best I can count, that did stay out, and a couple of them, they've got pretty good race cars, like Jimmy Johnson in that 48, Dale Earnhardt in that 88.
And look, that gets Jeff Gordon back to the front. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, when those guys stayed out, that's trouble. Only way that strategy worked is everybody had to come with you.
Do not miss this restart.
Yeah, we've been 4 wide. I think they might be able to make it 5 wide if we're lucky. Not
Paul
sure they
Menard
can make it.
Has to come back to pit road, uncontrolled tire violation.
And then, see, that's what I said about the 78. He could have had the same thing happen to him.
Up, there it goes.
Yeah.
Rear tire gets away.
Just so unfortunate. When you run as good as Paul has all night long, 12 laps to go, and you have a mistake.
And that's a car that was positioned to be a top 5 car.
Exactly.
We've seen a lot of mistakes on pit road tonight.
But that's one thing I like about what Cole Pearn decided to do with Martin Truex. Just, you don't change tires, you don't make that mistake. Poor man, only pulling on his hair.
Some sports have an all-star break. Well, it's no break for us, but boy, it's all-star weekend at Charlotte coming up.
Next week, we head down to Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the very best NASCAR has to offer will battle it out for a cool $1 million. It all starts Friday night with a sprint showdown and continues Saturday night for the all-star race. Catch all the spark-flying action right here on Fox Sports 1.
Big all-star weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Come join us. All right, let's set this restart for you. They will take the green, we believe, with 7 to go if they get 1 to go this time by. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. will have the front row. Kurt Busch and Jeff Gordon, row 2. Martin Truex and Kevin Harvick, row 3. Kyle Larson, 7th. All Chevrolets. Matt Kenseth's Toyota will restart 8th. Casey Kane, 9th. Brad Keselowski's Ford, 10th. And behind him comes Sam Hornish, Joey Logano, Eric Almirola, and Greg Biffle, all in Fords. That takes you back through 14th. And the rest of the top 20 all Chevrolets. McMurray, Allmendinger, Newman, Menard, Dillon, and Annette. 18 lead lap cars. Happy Mother's Day to those of you watching us in the Eastern and Central time zones. A little early celebration.
Something tells me Gay, Stevie, and Linda are no longer probably watching.
No. We'll hear about it in the morning. Let me tell you what's going to happen on this restart. This is going to be the wildest one of the night. And I thought we'd seen all the wild ones we could see. But this apron down here, when they get past that start-finish line, they're going to be, that 78 is going to be on the apron, I know. And you got Kurt Busch there in the 41 right in front of him. He's going to try to run him off. You know, he's going to try to block him. This restart's going to be crazy.
Most of the drivers behind Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, like Kevin Harvick in the 4, Kyle Larson, Matt Kenseth, Casey Kane, Keselowski, did just right side tires on that pit stop. You have to go deep in the field for the drivers that change forward.
7 laps to go. Will this be the final restart?
I don't know. I think we'll have a crash on this restart. That's just my thought.
They've waved it off.
Oh yeah, this is like freezing. It's like freezing the shooter. Oh, we're going to go around one more time. Let's think about it.
But this is a good thing in my book for those top 4 because it buys them another lap of fuel if they still are close and another less lap of racing.
Yep, I agree.
Daryl, I had to get amongst this conversation. Kevin Harvick in that 3rd row, he's going to jump to the outside on those 2 tires. I love what you're saying about Truex. This is going to be the most dramatic, exciting restart we've seen. These guys have been up on the chip all night long. Dale Jr. and Jimmy Johnson have not had the fastest cars, and they're starting on the front row. It's going to be chaotic.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is they're going to get to the first turn, and it's who's going to be able to bounce off of who as to who's going to make it through the corner or not. But there's going to be a lot of contact. I guarantee it.
4 of the top 7 have already won this year, including Kurt Busch. What does he have to say about this pending restart?
Oh, you better warn him for dragging back a car length or more. It's getting old. That's it for.
Can't lay back on the restart.
Did you see that smoke? I don't know if that was tires where he was lighting up the tires. I think that's what it was. I think he was cleaning up the tire and just spun them real good. He's ready to go, baby. He's up on the wheel.
They will restart with 6 laps to go. Again, Johnson and Earnhardt, your front row.
That's a worried man right there. I don't know what he's worried about, but he looked worried.
The outside has been the preferred lane. That's where Jimmy Johnson is. And here we go.
Here we go.
Green flag.
Kurt Busch in the 41 did not get a good restart whatsoever.
Whoa, and Truex got in the back of him. Tried to get him out of the way. Didn't work. Here we go.
Harvick, 3 wide.
Harvick's on the move.
Harvick in the middle, moving forward.
Yeah, with those 2 tires, that could be the man right there. That move he got there, made that through the middle.
Earnhardt, Gordon, not going to give it up. Johnson the leader. Harvick way outside and looking.
Oh, baby.
5 to go.
Oh, baby.
Truex has dropped to 9th.
Yeah.
3-car battle for the lead.
Truex is hung behind the 41 car Kurt Busch, and they can't go anywhere.
Well, Johnson clears Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now, what Jimmy Johnson needs is for Dale Earnhardt Jr. to fight Kevin Harvick just a little bit, but Earnhardt Jr. is not giving up as he goes to the bottom of the racetrack.
No, but Harvick on those 2 tires, he's got a big advantage through the turn. We saw it there. Crossover move to the apron. I'd say that Kevin Harvick is going to ride to the front.
Jimmy Johnson's going to have to pull every trick he has to hold Harvick off. And if he does, that may bring that second group up toward the lead.
Oh, but Harvick got pushed. He pushed bad off of 2 right there. Lost a bunch of time. Almost got that thing in the wall.
And here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 fighting back, but Harvick gets the run off turn 4. Mike, is it not amazing with 3 laps to go, the 2 drivers we talked about that's dominated the mile-and-a-half racetrack, there they are running first and second again.
It just fits their style, Larry. You got to be bold. You got to be courageous. You got to take chances. You don't ever give up. That's what these guys are good at. That's what makes them great.
Jimmy Johnson won Texas, the last mile-and-a-half race. Not that we have turns, but is it Harvick's turn? 2 to go.
I'm sure that he would like to be able to tell Jimmy Johnson, hey, it's my turn.
And I know we're watching the top 2 or 3, but Jeff Gordon's still holding strong by staying out, sitting there in the 4th spot, that 24 car just in front of Matt Kenseth.
And here comes Logano. He's still passing cars on the outside.
Logano just slid by the outside there. I don't know how he made it. Got by Brad Keselowski, his teammate.
Yep, it's coming
Watch
after
right
Kenseth.
Here he comes right through the middle of the corner. If he don't close the door, he'll make it.
He has passed Kenseth and up into the top 5. White flag.
Woo, he is coming, baby. Is it surely this race in? No, I don't want this race in yet. This is too good.
Harvick 3/10 back. Throws it into turn number 3. Cuts the gap to 1/4 of a second. Gets up high toward the wall, drops it down, but Jimmy Johnson is going to win Kansas, and that's Earl Barber and the spotter making good on his promise as he guaranteed a top 3 tonight.
You know who that was.
Total team effort there, boys. Great work, everybody. Great work. Jimmy's fantastic.
That was Earl Barber and the spotter. Larry and I both gave him crap out here when we were in the rain delay, and he said, I'll guarantee you boys a top 3 tonight. I said, yeah, right.
Happy Mother's Day, Shani.
That is Jimmy's 73 Sprint Cup win. 3 starts since his Texas victory, and his 3 wins of 2015 leads the league.
Didn't he have some trouble early in the race? Don't I remember him being down on the apron, spun out?
Sparks are flying.
Oh, my gosh.
And, Mike, that makes his 200th top 5 and his 300th top 10 finish.
22 wins on mile-and-a-half tracks. That's a record. He's won 4 of the last 6 on tracks this distance.
And guess what? Throw qualifying out the window, because he hadn't qualified worth a flip for the last several weeks, but they find a way to get to the front.
It's Johnson's 3rd win at Kansas Speedway, tying Jeff Gordon for the most. Sunoco fueling victories. Jimmy Johnson burns down the house in Kansas. We'll have complete post-race coverage on Fox Sports Live. Let's join Jay Onright and Cole Wright in L.A. You got to say it with a smile. You know, the last time there was such a named race, Jimmy Johnson carried the spongy character on his car. And now he will drive to victory lane and get one of the most unique trophies in all of Sprint Cup racing. You hear the thump, thump, thump.
No, it's his tire.
He burned it all out.
He blew it out. Oh, golly, what a race.
And there they are, all the characters awaiting Jimmy Johnson. Down to our characters in the Hollywood Hotel.
Well,
Chris
Mike,
and Michael.
No character better on 1.5 mile tracks. The King, Jimmy Johnson, and an amazing, the 12th time in history that Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick have finished 1-2, and Jimmy Johnson 10 times has been in front, including 3 this year for his 3rd victory, fighting off or holding off Kevin Harvick in this case.
And you know, when we go to chase time, Chris, 5 of the 10 races are on these 1.5 mile tracks. That gives Jimmy Johnson a lot of confidence as he races towards that. But what about that finish by Kevin Harvick? He just couldn't get it done. He hung it out wide on the high side for all it was worth, but he couldn't run down Jimmy Johnson.
And let's go to Matt Yoakum with the runner-up in the race.
It was a Harvick zone finish once again, top 2 for Kevin Harvick. Right side tires, great shot to try to make a run at the win, just not enough time.
Yeah, just really proud of our Jimmy John's guys. They did a great job tonight. We made some huge adjustments on this thing under that last green flag pit stop, and we're able to make the car a lot better, and just in a bad spot leading the race there. I mean, 48 and 88, those guys didn't have anything for us on speed. They were just doing what they had to do on track position wise, and then move all over the racetrack to try to get the air off your car. So the good news is we got a lot of speed in our car. We took an ill handling race car and made it into a good car. So I'm just really proud of all my guys.
Thank you, Kevin.
And now let's head to victory lane. Jamie Little with the fireworks and the celebration for Team 48 and Jimmy Johnson.
Talk about nice timing. He just radioed to the crew as he's pulling into victory lane. I ran out of fuel and blew a tire. Jimmy, we talked to you after qualifying yesterday, and you were so frustrated, yet you kept your head in the game. You had the best save of the night, 2.5 hour rain delay. How do you stay so focused, you and the whole team, to bring it home to victory once again?
And I think experience helps. You just shrug it off, and we're trying so hard to get our qualifying under control, and we put a huge effort into it again, and the V19th was just, really stunk. It wasn't any fun. So these guys just worked so hard, and I'm so proud of everybody at Lowe's, Cobalt, Chevrolet, Valvoline, Gatorade, the fans, Sprint for this great series. Just, a long, hard night of racing and fighting for track position. And once we got up front, we were able to hang on to there the final, 8 or 9 laps, whatever that was.
You mentioned on the radio your wife saying Happy Mother's Day, and you said she's probably sleeping. However, look at this trophy. How much are your girls going to love that SpongeBob trophy?
Yeah, that trophy's going to be popular at home, and I just want to wish Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, my mother, and especially my wife, Shani. Hopefully she's still awake. I wish she was here. I wish my girls were here too, but be home tonight, and we'll have some fun tomorrow.
3rd win at Kansas, 3rd win on the season. Jimmy Johnson is victorious.
And his mom, Kathy, very happy to see her son with another victory. The chase standing, so the only 3-time winner this year. There are still 8 spots left. You win, you get into the chase. You can still get in with points even if you don't have a win. Of course, 16 drivers get in. We're 15 races away now from the chase. Martin Truex Jr., still, he led the most laps tonight, 5 different times for 95 laps led, but still no wins yet. He's standing by with Chris Neville.
Well, Martin Truex Jr., one of the strongest cars all night. But, Martin, I know you had to come to pit lane for fuel, but if you got tires on that last stop, could you have gotten back to the front?
Well, if we got tires, if we got 2, we'd have come out 6th. And that would have been in, a pretty good spot to be in. But you never know. You never know how these things are going to play out. I hate fuel mileage racing because of that. I've never ever once in my career come out on the right side of one of these deals with fuel mileage, but just proud of my team, proud of my guys for bringing a fast race car. I mean, yeah, it's disappointing to run that good all night and finish wherever we did, but you know, at the same time, it's nice to run like that. They did a great job all weekend. They did a great job all night. You know, Cole got kind of put in a bad spot there at the end, and you know, that's the first call he's got wrong all year long. So I mean, I told him to just keep his confidence up because he's done a good job with that all year long, and yeah, we're going to get one. We just got to keep digging.
From a yard sale to a top 3 finish for this 88 machine, what a recovery, Junior.
Yeah, we had some good adjustments. We were in big trouble when the race started. We had some real good adjustments that got the car flying. And I know I'm going to get asked about the Denny Hamlin deal. We were 4 wide there, and I thought I was, you know, where I was supposed to be, but not enough room for 2 cars on the outside of me. My fault, everyone else's fault, I think, but hate it for Denny because it ruined his car, ruined his night. But 41 kind of got me tight off the bottom and then went 4 wide, and I was sitting there with a 41 there, and them guys were coming off the wall and running into us, and it was just a mess. But I hate that.
A great restart, too.
We had a few, yeah. I mean, I watched that 42. I was like, I know he's going to do something. I'm going to just do what he does. Larson is, will hang it out there, so we went up there, and me, him, the 22, a couple guys passed like 10 cars in a couple laps. We had a couple great restarts. It was a lot of fun. If you had a restart on the outside, I'm proud of Jimmy, and he did a great job. I was real jealous of that lane he had. I think I could have done a better job than he did with it on that first lap. I couldn't believe we still hung with him coming back with 5 to go or whatever. I thought he'd have took off with that outside groove. I sure was jealous where he was restarting, but congratulations to him, the 88 shop, all the guys. They did a great job. We thought we had a good car, and we about screwed it up. We finally figured it out, and they gave us the tools. All the guys back home gave us the tools to get it done.
Junior 3rd tonight in Kansas.
Always get an honest response from Dale Earnhardt Jr. Couldn't go back-to-back for the first time in his career. But we saw the 2 best in the sport in the last few years, defending champ Kevin Harvick and, of course, 6-time champ Jimmy Johnson hold him off. But Joey Logano, the pole sitter, started out fast, was coming fast.
Oh, on that last lap, he had 2.5 tenths over the field. He was really coming. Those 2 pit stop penalties cost him a chance to win this race. I'm sure he's pretty disappointed about that.
And Chris Neville is with Joey Logano.
Well, Joey Logano started on pole tonight, but Joey, a couple problems during the race, but every time you resurged back to the front.
Not the way we want to do it. We just had terrible execution. That's usually our strong point, and just all of us are off our game today for some reason. We had a really fast AAA Fusion, which was able to recover every time, but I came down pit road when it was closed and didn't even think about looking, just assumed it was open, and we had a mistake on pit road, and we kept recovering. I mean, that part was fun at least. I got to pass a lot of cars and had some fun up top passing guys, but just frustrated at the whole situation because we had a car that could have won.
The disappointed Daytona 500 winner with a good try. Of course, those pit problems. Jeff Gordon wound up 4th. We checked the unofficial results. Matt Kenseth, the 20-1 shot. By the way, Jimmy Johnson, one of the favorites, of course, in this race to win, as always.
Well, those Hendrick Chevy engines, the power under their hoods, proven to be the best in NASCAR right now, sweeping the top 4 position. Great run for Greg Biffle. We've talked about how they've struggled. Top 12 finish for that team.
And Kyle Larson wound up 15th, still looking for his first career Cup win. Carl Edwards looking for his first win with Joe Gibbs Toyota. A 20th spot. Clint Boyer in a Toyota struggling with that spin out.
Michael Annett, steady, good job. He stayed on the lead lap for a long time. Ricky Stenhouse into the outside wall, gets 24th. Danica Patrick down in 27th.
Rounding out the field, David Reagan, his first ride for Michael Waltrip Racing, had a spin-out problem as well. Tony Stewart, disappointing throughout with a 39th place finish. And, of course, Eric Jones, the rookie in the 18 car, subbing for Kyle Busch, doing a nice job of hanging in there, was running 5th until the end when he had a mishap spin. Let's check in with Chris Neville.
And Matt Kenseth had that spin mid-race, but, Matt, you kept with it. You charged back to the front. You come home 6th tonight.
Yeah, we had some good fortune. Our Dollar General Camry at times tonight was fairly competitive. Other times we were kind of off, and then, of course, me spinning out didn't help and got us behind. But we were able to get some good restarts there today and get some positions and get a decent finish out of it.
We'll see him a week from tonight in the All-Star race. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1. Of course, fans can vote somebody in as well. What should we look forward to? Another mile and a half at Charlotte.
Sparks are going to be flying. These guys are going to be on the edge of control all night at Charlotte. This place has 17 to 20 degrees of banking. At Charlotte, it's 24. That means a lot more speed down into the corner and a lot more reckless abandon because we're just racing for a check next weekend.
And Jimmy Johnson, a 4-time All-Star winner. He wins everything. The 6-time champ. He started 19th. He was as far back as 40th. He only led 10 laps. They were the final 10 laps, and that's why he's your winner after a long night in Kansas. Jimmy Johnson in the SpongeBob SquarePants 400. I did that just for Jay. And Cole, that's it from Kansas. Let's go back to you guys at LA.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.